Testing.
Testing. Okay, welcome back everyone. We're back up and running now after a slight technical glitch. We can only put it down to circumstances out of our control.
I'm not saying anything.
Well, it was certainly out of our control.
Yeah, out of ours, yeah.
That's all we can say on that one. Anyway, we're back. So sorry about that. We'll just can we get the score? Can you see the scorecard from
Let me just have a quick 1-0 to Aiden. No, I think it's just going to update the score. I think it's 2-0 to Aiden. Yeah, I'm just getting confirmation.
Yes, it was a problem with the men's that resulted in the loss of pictures. Don't really know how to describe it. I'm not technically astute enough to go into the technicalities, but somebody pulled the plug out. The simplest things. Anyway, we're back. That's all that matters.
Big shot. And these, yeah. And as ever, these tables have been running true as anything this weekend.
Yeah, it's one thing about this cloth. You get it straight, it goes straight. It's a tricky shot, that.
No.
Yeah, hit it too thin.
Yeah. And he's let Ross off the hook. Got a good chance here to get himself in this match. Ross just came through a final frame decider with Dan Davey to book his place in this last 16 match. Ross definitely banging on the door for one of these tournaments.
And some of the latest scores that we've got. Neil Raybone leads Mark Farnsworth 4-3. Craig Marsh leads Lee Ray 6-5. Clint Ianson leads Jason Remington 4-1. Rob Donkin having another good run again, 6-4 up against Jimmy Carney. Andy Blurton 3-2 up against Nicky Griffiths.
Oh, so Andy must have knocked out Gaz Ibbett then.
And Ron McCarthy 1-0 up against Steve Wall. We'll try and get those try and keep you updated on these scores. And in the amateur event, I can tell you that Mark Allen has been beaten by Ian Alley. He's lost 7-5. Mark Boyle's currently 3-2 up against his fellow countryman Mark Fleming.
What score's that? Sorry, Kev.
3-2. Jez Graham, who we saw on the stream first thing this morning, he's 4-1 up against Matt Schofield. Jason Hill, he's a commanding 6-0 up against Ali Daly.
Wow.
David Adderall 4-1 up against Simon Fitzsimmons.
Wow.
Just shows you how
yeah, it's yeah. So tough to get deep in these tournaments. You know, so many hurdles along the way. Well, every round is you've just got to bring your A game. Round on round. So Aiden just let Ross back into this match, 2-1. The score not quite updated just yet. And he's made a ball off the break. Just at first glance, Reds look very promising. both sets, not too difficult, but definitely red's slightly more favourable. Probably take the one in the middle and just maybe just nudge the black out of the way to open up the other red. In doing so, it looks like he's changing his mind. Maybe just good shot. Well, I think he'll play that shot I was just talking about. But, after this shot, he left himself an angle. He wants to play this in a way which pushes the black down beyond the yellow that's below it, so it doesn't. See, he's lucky there. He's just kissed off the inside of it and left an opportunity, but still, that's a good shot. He's going to be queuing over, but should be okay. Just needs to drop this in, drop one in the middle, which gives him the position on the black. Should be 3-1 to Aidan. Yeah. Very busy player, Aidan. Played him a couple of times. You see hot foots around the table. Gets himself right in the zone when he's playing. Not easily distracted. So 3-1 to Aidan Finch. Ross Fernie to break in frame 5. And he's come up dry. And apart from the yellow nearest to the black, just to the right of the black, which I don't think should pose too many problems, might pass into the top left. Yellows look favourable. Probably play a plant along the cushion first. Might even be able to just nudge that off this shot, just nudge that black down, just to, if he's got enough angle. So there we go. Yeah, and he's done what's said. Just nudge the black into a not so favourable position, but he's in a good position with his white, so probably take these two in the bottom left if he's got enough angle, just to stun behind the one on the cushion on the bottom left hand side of the table. I might be tempted to leave those till last, really, because those two offer position to the black up into the top left, so now he's choosing to take yeah, it's not brilliant, but he's still got control. But I think he missed a trick there. He had one to the one just above the black. He could have used that one and just developed that black out a little bit better. But you see, he won't be happy with that. He's giving he's let Ross off again. These reds shouldn't be a problem for Ross. It's all about getting on that black. He's in a great position for the double back into the right centre. So just Kev's back with us.
Right, just hot-footed it from the arena just to get some latest scores. So, Mark Farnsworth 6, Neil Rayburn 5. As we saw earlier, Sheppy, he's beat Adam Brown. He plays the winner of that match. Craig Marsh has just come through 8-7 against Lee Ray. He plays the winner of Rimington and Ianson. Ianson currently 5-4 up. Rob Donkin's just gone through 8-5 against Jimmy Carney. He plays the winner of Nicky Griffiths and Andy Blurton. That's currently 6-4 to Andy Blurton. And then the winner of this match on the screen now will play the winner of Steve Wall, Ronan McCarthy. And currently Ronan is 3-1 up. And we'll just give you some highlight scores so far in the amateur. David Adenal, he's 5-2 up against Simon Fitzsimmons. Mark Boyle, he's 4-3 up against Mark Fleming. Richie Oliver, a very, very good player from Wales, he's 6-3 up against Jake Newlove. Ryan Clark, the Cardiff winner, he's just scraped through 7-6 against fellow North Eastern player Brian Halcrow. That'd be a titanic. There's a lot of 7-6s in the amateur, a lot of 7-6s in the top half of the draw. Really tight matches. So those last 16 matches they're just getting underway now. So we'll keep you updated with them.
Yeah, Ross is just not in ideal position here. He's sort of he's in between shots here. Ideally, I'd like to take the bottom one of the reds, but I don't think he can do. That's a nice shot. So what would you do here, Kev? Would you leave the black for the double or try and get behind it? What's your take on these?
Well, I think the double really.
Yeah.
I think the double's the shot.
In a favourable position.
You know, the doubles are slightly different. They're coming off a little bit narrow, but you know, as a professional player, you know, you should be able to adapt. So I would be surprised if he didn't get this. He's just got. I don't think he can just drop this in. So I think he's going to have to probably take the white up and down, which obviously makes it a little bit harder.
It's just going a bit further than I'd like.
Yeah, but this is on the right side.
Yeah.
So these can be quite tricky. These back cuts. Looks close.
Good.
Yeah, excellent shot.
So Aidan letting Ross back into the match again. And that's 2 frames now he's given him.
We're being asked about corals and what's because there's no betting on. But there was pre-event betting. We put the links up on our Facebook page. But there's no betting once the event starts. Hence why there's nothing on the website. I think there's probably a few reasons for that. I think the main one is that the main guy who does the odds, he's currently on holiday in Australia. So not sure they had the manpower to cover it. So yeah, there was pre-event betting. But nothing once the event started.
3-2. Yeah. 3-2 Aiden.
Yeah, just weren't 100% certain whose break it was, and again, nice bit of camaraderie between the players.
I think Ross is having his lunch there.
Wow, look at this for a break. Look at this for a break.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's another beauty of these cloths, you know, they all weekend they've been breaking so well. I don't think I've seen one break where, you know, the old bricks where they don't split from around the black area. You couldn't wish for a better break, really, could you?
No. That was pretty impressive.
Has he just gone a bit too far? He just made this a little bit trickier than it should be.
I think he can probably come behind it into the left middle.
Yeah. Oh, what's he done? Oh dear. And
well,
he won't want to watch this back, will he?
I'm not sure if he got a kick then. It did sound like a heavy contact.
Yeah. He shouldn't have been anywhere. You know, he shouldn't have had to have played that shot. Really, the shot that he played over the middle, he overscrewed. He only needed to dab that in, and then he could have stunned back up for the back into the bottom right. But he certainly made hard work of an easy finish there.
Yeah, sometimes when they are so easy, you can just take your foot off the gas a little bit and sort of take it for granted a bit. And
yeah, definitely.
It's in. It's in. Oh, I thought that was in. Missed opportunity though at the end.
Yeah, he'll be kicking himself. He's not happy at all. Rightfully so. So Ross just feeding on Aiden's scraps really, and be thankful for these chances. So when are we changing the IPA's name to the MBTF, the Mark Boyle Trust Fund?
Well, we'll probably do it for the next tournament if he wins that one. I was just saying earlier, it's up to the other guys now to respond to the goal that's been set down by Mark and to up their game accordingly. So. Yeah. We shall see how it transpires throughout the rest of the season.
Yeah.
But if there were in any doubt beforehand as to the ability that of Mark Boyle, then
that was a bit out of character for
it's a strange shot, isn't it?
He's got away with that though. I think he's sneaking him. Yeah, we're going back to Mark. I mean, he's just. We say how solid he's been on the tour. You see him in the first thing in the morning, 7 a.m. He's down here and he's practicing. When I was down here myself, I had a 9 a.m. fixture yesterday morning, and he was down here on the next table, knocking balls in on his own. Goes about his work in a very professional manner. Meanwhile, Aidan.
Somebody asking if Greg Batten was playing. He was playing in the pro event, I think this morning.
I think he won. Big David Compton, was it?
He lost to Paul Harkness, believe it or not, on Friday.
Oh, right.
Paul Harkness is one of those players that he's such a dogged character, and you know, he's not everyone's cup of tea how he plays, but you know, he can grind out results. He's only just lost 8-7 to lost 8-6 to Craig Marsh, I think it was. So no, not everyone can be Ronnie O'Sullivan.
No. I think Ronnie O'Sullivan, the fear factor's gone out of his game now. I think the people aren't scared of playing him anymore.
No, he's you know, he's the most entertaining player to watch by an absolute country mile. But he'll always be there or thereabouts because his B game is so much better than anybody else's. But
right.
you know, I think it's fair to say.
Oh, nearly cut it.
It's fair to say that his peak has gone. He's past his peak.
Yeah.
But still, you know, it's still the biggest draw in the game. It's not even close.
Yeah, I think snooker needs him more than he needs snooker.
Yeah, definitely. You know, he's the one person that you'd want to pay to go see.
Maybe we should get him down here.
Well, maybe it's where his future lies.
That's right.
Mark Allen showing the way. You know?
That's right. Yeah.
You know, when his winnings dries up in snooker, maybe he might want to make a few quid in the amateur event.
Yeah. It's great to have Mark here this weekend.
Yeah, it's been great, and that interview that we did with him has done the rounds on Facebook.
Yeah.
So, genuine comments, I think, from a genuine guy. It's been an absolute pleasure to have him here. And
yeah, well, he got himself in trouble on the snooker scene, didn't he? Do you remember the gaffer tape interview? And you know, he does say it how it is, and I like him. You know, anyone who speaks the mind, you know, that's what you want to see. He does say it how it is.
Yeah, he was quite frank and honest, and you know, we didn't prompt him to say anything, you know, but he made some really complimentary remarks about our events and our setup, and you know, the quality of the tables and how level they are. So it was obviously nice for us to get that feedback from someone who's playing at the highest levels on TV, you know, week in, week out. It's a nicely controlled shot. So it looks like he's going to tie things up here at 3-all.
Yeah, and Aidan won't be happy. He's one thing I do know about Aidan, he you know, it just makes him. Some people just start chucking the towel and when they have a bit of bad form like that, but Aidan won't. He'll keep battling to the end.
Three's a peach. Someone asking about Josh Durant. Yes, I'm afraid Josh is out. Another talented player. I'm not sure how much practice he's doing at the moment. Josh, obviously, every event he goes to, he has to travel 1,000,000 miles, obviously from where he lives, which...
I think it was Chris Boron, first round in the pro event, I think.
Yeah.
It was a close match. I think it was a decider.
He was 8-7, yeah. I mean, Josh Durant 2-3 years ago was, he looked like the next, the next big thing, you know, and he still could be. Certainly abundance of talent.
Am I right in saying did he miss a couple of tours?
He did. He missed quite a bit last year, I think.
Yeah. He's just feeling his way back in, I think.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, it's going to take a while, but if he does get on a streak, he's one to look out for.
Yeah, and his old man used to play on the tour as well, didn't he?
Perry, yeah. Perry reached pro status. Yeah, he's...
Is he not bothering, or...?
I don't know.
He might be on the chat as we speak, because I know he likes to go on the chat. Kev just plugging his phone in on charge. Don't kick any plugs, Kev.
Yeah, that's not my trick.
Dave.
Look, don't mention the plugs. What was it? Which Faulty Towers wanted?
Yeah,
don't mention the wall. Don't mention the plugs.
Yeah, nothing worse than standing on a plug, is there?
Yes, Craig Marsh won 8-7 against Lee Ray.
Yeah, Marsh, he's still battling away.
Nick Chalk just making a comment about Josh Durant. He says he's up to his neck with work, doesn't practice, but think he's getting a table at his house this year. So, yeah.
Who's that?
Third back, just Josh Durant.
Oh, right.
So he could be work in progress for next year.
Come on, Kev, nail your hat on. Who are we having for this pro event?
Well, now that I've been beat, it's opened. The draw has now opened up.
And your conqueror has been knocked out as well. So.
Yeah. Well, I'm not going to go for the favourites. Let's pick somebody else. Who do I think? Are we going to get a surprise?
Yeah.
Look at the draw. You know what? I'm going to go Rob Donkin.
Right, well, if you're going for an outsider, I'm going to go for one as well. Andy Blurton.
Andy Blurton.
Most Improved Player Award this weekend.
Yeah.
Solid as a rock.
Yeah. Yeah, it's... I mean, the top half of the draw is actually a bit of a minefield, isn't it? So if Mr. Farnsworth wins, although he's still in a battle with Neil Rayburn, he plays, the winner of that match plays Jordan Shepherd, and the winner of that plays either Marsh or Clint Jansen. I mean, that is a bloodbath.
So just those two we've just mentioned, Rob Donkin, I think he'll play, if Andy Blurton gets through against Nicky, they'll play each other, won't they?
Yeah.
In the quarters.
Yeah. We'll see if we can get some score updates.
Meanwhile, Ross, from should have been well behind in this match, is now 4-3 in front, and he's punished Aidan. Well, like I said, Aidan won't give up for want of trying. Dogged little character. He'll be hoping to get another one of those 4 balls off the breaks. But there's no use potting all those balls and then not finishing the 3 easy ones and the black. didn't split. They have spread around the table, but it's quite a heavy contact on the front ball there. So although they moved around, which, like I said before, you don't get the traditional bricks in the when the balls stick around the black spot. You have that little cluster that don't break open. He's hit them badly and still got a good split, but no friends. So Kev's back, maybe with a few score updates.
Pro event updates. Mark Farnsworth 7-6 against Rayborn. Clint Ianson 6-5 up against Remington. Your pick, Andy Blurn 6-all against Nicky Griffiths.
Yeah.
Ronan McCarthy still 3-1 against Steve Wall. That frame's lasted about as long as my last 32 match.
Yeah.
They're some right fudges, some of these players, I tell you.
Yeah, Ronan can fudge him with the best of them, but you know, sometimes your hand's forced. You know, you don't. Everybody wants to break off and clear up, but it doesn't always work like that, as you know. Ross has got to be taking reds here, really. Just one awkward one down the rail, but ideally you want to leave that till last. Just drop it down the rail for the back into the right centre, but a bit of work to do first. Little controlled shot there.
I mean, Ross Fairney's got to think, got to be feeling confident now. You know, he was 3-1 down, and he's 4-3 up.
Yeah.
At the table. He's got to take advantage of these opportunities now. Just really keep Aidan in his seat.
Yeah. Rob Donkin in the crowd, just waiting for his quarter-final matchup. He'll play the winner of Nicky Griffiths and Andy Blurton, I think.
He's got a bit of work to do here.
Yeah. Can he just drop this red into the right centre and then stun over from the red that's closest to the yellow, maybe. As he's taking the one down the rail first. Looks tight, that does. Problem is we're running, rolling the one into the right middle. He's going to be running away from the action, so he doesn't really want, unless he comes in and out of bolt. It's big shot. No. I think he was playing with a trace of side there just to manoeuvre around that yellow because it was tight. So, Aidan, here's your chance. I think that ball's just come out enough in the bottom left for a ball to get behind it.
Big shot. It certainly does now.
Yeah.
I wonder if he might be tempted to take this one over the middle, down in the bottom corner now. Screw across. It's just it's a little bit awkward queuing for the one yelling to the top right. He's going to have to slow roll it if he wants to stay on the one on the top cushion, so he might just fancy getting this one.
Yeah. Oh.
Wow.
Oh dear.
It's a bit unfortunate.
Yeah, he played that. Just had a bit of a jab at it, didn't he? Didn't look in control of the shot. Ross, we're just stunning this down. Oh, doesn't need to. Just do a couple of medium range shots. It's the bottom right, bottom left. Lovely cue action, Ross. Just strokes them in.
I'm surprised he got that after with your commentator's curse history.
Yeah. Oh, I can bop the best of them.
Just to update you on the Farnsworth Raybone match. Farnsworth had gone for his clearance. He's missed his last yellow, but it's sort of near the hole. Black's near the near another pocket as well. So Neil's at the table looking to lay. He's not got a clearance on. He's got to get a good safety in, but it's not going to be easy with the black over the hole. So we'll keep you updated on that. So it's all tense over there.
I think Mark came through a grueler against Gav Robinson in the round before.
Yeah, I think it was at 8-6. Yeah, 8-6. So,
I've seen in a lot of Mark's matches he just turns on the gas just at the right time at the end of the game where, he needs a break finish or, he needs a good clearance. He's so good in that situation. I mean, the amount of times I've seen him in finals where he's gone behind. I remember the one against Gareth Ibbott, was he saw like 4 or 5-1 behind and so dogged. Aidan just nipped off for a comfort break, give his head a wobble, splash a bit of cold water on his face, wake up a bit. Shouldn't be 5-3 down in this match. But to be fair to Ross, he's hung in there, took his chances, still eating his lunch. Don't see that at the Crucible, do you? Are you sharing, Ross? Just looking over to the Raybone game with Mark Farnsworth, I think. Neil's, I think Kev's just gone over to watch the conclusion on that just to see of that frame. I think Neil's still trying to work out a way of tying Mark up. Yeah, and I think Neil's just taken control of that frame. He's just put a ball over the bag where the black is. So Ross with a dry break. And now big frame for this for Aidan. Obviously, with the pocket covered on the bottom right, we would like to take reds here. But in doing so, he's going to have a couple of awkward ones. I think he'll just take his time a bit with this one, Aidan, because he has made a couple of rash decisions, and it's cost him frames. So just I saw you over there looking at the Raybone match.
Yeah, well, it's a Raybone snookered Farnsworth. Farnsworth came out of it, hit the yellow, but didn't pot it. So now there's been a few more safety exchanges. Now Neil is in control of that frame. So
is that to force a decider?
It is, yeah. So we'll keep one eye on that one.
It's just gone a bit. Started off Aidan so assured with his position now. He seems to maybe play this into the middle bag, cannon the black into the one. Now he's just tried to develop it and just open up that area a little bit. It's still got one awkward one, but he hasn't really left Ross for too much. But as we see all the time, these Blackball players, they can get out of these little tight spots.
Improvisation.
That's right.
Catching up on the chat, so just bear with me. Just Jez is still in, definitely. Darren and Twisty now they got beat. Yeah, Jez is playing well. Played well on the stream this morning against another top Scottish player, Scott Gillespie.
Yeah,
they're not all called Mark, are they? No, just.
Yeah, so Aidan had a chance here now. He can maybe try and develop his bad ball off this shot.
Yeah, Nick Chalk saying he's got the big screen on with the stream whilst he has a knock, and I certainly know you're not alone. There's a lot of places that have it on their TVs, and because we stream in is it 1080 today, 1080 HP or HD? HP 1080p, but because of how good it is, there's no quality loss by putting it on the TV.
Shot.
Whereas some streams, good streams and good for mobiles, but you get them on a bigger screen and be all about pixels and resolutions and stuff like
all
that.
That jargon.
Yeah. I'm going to sort of pretend I know what I'm on about. But
so when are we going to Ultra HD then? Newcastle.
Are we?
Yeah, I've got an Ultra HD TV at home. Absolutely unbelievable picture quality.
I know Dave talks about 4K, about streaming in 4K.
Well, yeah, that's I think 4K is Ultra HD. Am I right in saying, Dave? Yeah. Thumbs up there.
Is it right?
Yeah. I mean, I watch a little wildlife programs with the children, and you can see the fibres on the fur of the animals. You know, it's that intense.
We'll be able to see the fibres on the pool player animals.
Well, this is it. Yeah, we might. Yeah, you'll be able to tell what hair products Aiden's wearing.
He's getting some great looks, isn't he, young Aiden?
Yeah, he is. Stress of pool. Yeah, I don't think he's 40 yet. I don't know. Aiden's. How old he is?
I've not a clue.
I think he's mid to late 30s, I think.
I'm just trying to see between the people around the Farnsworth Raybone game. I know Raybone's at the table. I just can't see. I think he's just got a couple of plop-ins.
Yeah. And do we know who won the lag in that match? Who's going to break for the decider?
Not a clue. Not a clue. I think coming around for the black. Yeah, the black's over the hole, so that's going 7-0.
Yeah.
Barring. Yep, there it goes.
And we'll see who's breaking now. I think, it's Neil. Neil to break.
Right.
Oh,
Your man Andy Blurton's come through 8-6 against Nicky Griffiths.
Yeah. To be fair, I should have. I had my chance to knock Nicky out myself, and I know Andy's been playing better than me this weekend, so I expected that. Meanwhile, Aiden's just gone in off the break, screwing straight into the middle. Which doesn't look any major problems here for Ross. Just drop this one in, take one to the opposite middle, which will take him up for his remaining 4 yellows. It shouldn't be any problems with this finish. I say that, I've put the curse on him before. Yeah, it's worked out okay. So, just like to get himself just back out into the middle of the table somewhere. He's just screwed enough there. He does want to draw this. It might be slightly awkward, it should be okay. Just like to probably just draw this back a few inches. And just having a look over Neil Raybone. It's broken off. Was he dry?
Dry break.
Oh God, is he dry? So Mark Farnsworth at the table. First bite of the cherry.
Yep, and it's I'd say it's a good chance.
Yeah. So that's to take a 6-4 lead for Ross.
Ronan McCarthy 4-3 up against Steve Wall.
Yeah.
Well, the schedule was worked perfectly yesterday. Even Dave got an early night. I think we're making up for it today, though. Nice and behind already.
Yeah. What else have we got to do on a Sunday?
Well, that's it, isn't it? Who's winning Grand Prix anyway?
Mm.
Let's have a quick look at Grand Prix.
Did I just see Crystal Palace 4-0 up?
So Hamilton's just slightly ahead of Vettel.
Vittel.
So Hill, does that mean Hull are relegated? Hull relegated,
yeah,
yeah.
pretty much, yeah. Amazing what Sam Allardyce has done now, you know, from looking like they were going to drop themselves. He just seems to galvanise teams. You know, I mean, not everybody's cup of tea, the type of football he plays, Sam Allardyce, but
Yeah.
he's got an amazing record, you know, saving clubs. Shot there from Ross, just got into that just enough to avoid that black, because if he makes contact with the black he's probably going to push it into a safe area. So just a couple of shots away from making this a winnable frame from this visit. And playing this shot into the middle, which really is his only shot, he's going to be running into balls, so just making sure he gets the cannon right. Mark Farnsworth still going about his finish, still at the table, so he can't be far of him. His body language doesn't look good. Mark Farnsworth. Kev's just going to run over and have a quick look again. No, he don't look happy at all.
Referee, please take a 5. Referee, take a 5.
Well, he's got 3 reds left. One of them's quite tricky to get on, so there's a bit of mileage in that.
Yeah, well, if you look, he's not even looking at the table, he's just looking everywhere else but the table. So
I think they're just getting a referee just to look at the next shot. I don't think there's a problem, but
good shot there from Ross. Just punched his white back out into a good position here. He didn't want to be dead straight on this, because he'd like to just stun down for the yellow next to it, to the same pocket. He's looking at the angle. He might have to leave himself for his last yellow, but I expect him to. The way he strokes the balls, should get these. So yeah, he's just played that with a bit of force just to get himself a better angle on this last yellow, also penultimate yellow. And he'll just roll through, leave himself. He's got to respect this last shot. Oh, he didn't. See, I'd rather have left more of an angle on this. Now he's going to be bridging over, which is it's not ideal. This, especially with the importance of this shot. So, Connor needs to put it in. No, see, and that's just because he was slightly queuing over, and Aidan will be thankful for this chance, because Ross should have been on the hill. Now Aidan's, can he just roll this red through into the middle, leave himself an angle on the one that's directly above the black to develop the other one? He's not playing that. He's going to stun this in. Mark Fowles was still at the table over there, so Kev's over there watching again. So, no, he's not come across enough there. He's left himself in no man's land here. But
Mark Farnsworth has just shown why he's the number one player. He has just pulled out an incredible final ball. Mega thin clip. He had to play it off Neil's ball into the middle bag. Make sure the white came round for position on the black, which it has done.
Wow.
And, that was an incredible shot. Incredible shot.
yeah, unlucky to Neil. I know he's not played as much as he'd like to this weekend because he was away for a wedding yesterday, wasn't he? He didn't play in the Open, I don't think.
Yeah.
Aidan there just ran out of position, and he's had to run safe. Can't see. I think I'd be tempted to go up and down twice here. He hasn't got a great deal of other options there. He's looking at it now. I think that's the way I'd go, because I think if he finds the gap between the two reds in the centre of the table, he'll make contact. Oh, he's playing off the jaws. No. It was a good shot, but he's not on reds. So
just a minor point, that one.
yeah. So Aidan with another chance to get himself back within one frame. Play this dead weight, so it doesn't matter whether it goes in or not. And she has done. Should be okay, but I don't know if
that's thinner than it looks.
yeah. Would you play the other one and maybe?
He might even play safe here. I mean, I think he could play the one into the right corner and just bounce white off.
Yeah, I don't think he's. Oh, well, it's not too bad.
He played to pot it.
Yeah.
Thing is, if he'd have played that slow though and snookered in behind the black, the red might have dropped in.
Well, the red would have dropped in. It's always the way. Mark Boyle, is he still batting?
Yeah, he's just come through 7-5 against Mark Fleming, so he's got a match against Jez Graham next, so that should be a good, good match.
Juicy amateur tie.
Phil Parkin, he's a man in a hurry. He's already through to the quarters. He's the first man through.
Oh, what a shot he's just played there. He's just come off 2 cushions and up behind that yellow. What a great shot, Ross Fernie.
Well, that's what happens if you don't take your chances.
Yeah, 2 shots with 3 balls on the table. He should.
Going to be getting them. He's going to have to punch this quite hard. No. You got to punch them. You can't just. They're just going to slide off the cushion if you play it.
Yeah. So this to take Ross onto the hill.
This will be the frame that got away.
Well, if you I think you can count about 3 frames that have got away from Aidan from his own mistakes. So he's only got himself to blame.
It should be pretty routine.
Yeah. If it brings his white back to somewhere where he is now.
I think we've got a result from the Rimington Marsh match. I'm not quite sure who the winner is.
It's about perfect for Ross to take himself on the hill. And I think he's got the break to win this match. Are we any idea who's up on next on the stream?
Yeah, the next match is Craig Marsh against, I think, Clint. I'm just trying to sort of gauge it from the body language, but they're just in mid conversation.
Yeah. Yeah, just discussing where it all went wrong. Jason Remington and Clint just putting the cues away. Well, there to tell you who came through that match. And he's second now. Oh, Aidan's the second well. Actually thought Ross was breaking. Obviously not. I think Clint had a commanding lead early on in that match, so I presume he's victorious, but I'll just confirm that in a minute. Mark Boyle's just got underway against Greg Batten. First frame, I think. Ian Alley playing Jason L. Just finishing off at a frame. So just Ross clearing out an area. I think he's going to go for reds here. Yeah, and we can confirm Clint Jansen came through that match with Jason Remington. The telltale sign of that is Clint's walking back with a clipboard with the score. So it's a nice feeling to hand your score in when you've won. So chance for Ross. I think, Dave, this is 7-4 now to Ross. I'm sure he's on the hill. I think. Yeah, it is 7-4 to Ross. So he'll be looking to just play this in with the tracer side, just to bring his white just low enough so he's got an angle on the red to the bottom right, to take himself back up the table. No, he didn't put any side on it. I don't think he can see enough of this. I think he's going to be going back up the table here, but that was a poor shot. He just needed to put a tracer side on that. Oh, it's all gone wrong. It's all gone wrong. Is he choking the finishing line? Oh dear.
It's catching,
Yeah.
whatever it is.
It is, yeah. As Kev pours himself a can of, how do they say it up here? Coke? Is it Coke? Is it Coca-Cola?
Brown lemonade.
Brown lemonade. I gave up drinking this stuff, Kev, because, yeah, I'll give it to Dave. I didn't realise how much sugar content is in one of those cans. It's ridiculous. If you knew, you wouldn't drink it.
No, because I'm thirsty.
Oh, that's unlucky there. Just
He's tried to create something there. So just to confirm, it was Clint Jansen who was victorious against Jason Remington, 8-6.
yeah, you're a bit late with that one, Kev.
Yep, so that'll be the next match on the stream. Mr. Marsh against Mr. Jansen.
Wow. Sunday treat for you viewers. Mr. Marsh versus Mr. Meticulous. So will that be quarter-final, will it, Kev?
Yep, quarter-final.
I can't see really what Ross can do here. I don't know whether he can play a double. Well, he's not going to leave himself much, but maybe extravagant double, and he's going to try and... No. Oh, he's not. He's not the element. 2 shots away. So, Aidan, how many chances do you need? Nice shot there. He's got the insurance of the yellow over the top left. Should he make a mess of this, but
Surely to goodness he's going to get these.
yeah. But he's missed 2 chances easier than this in the previous frame, so.
Are you sure you're okay to commentate, Andy? Because I know you're getting a little bit of a little bit of pressure from
Turkey. The missus in Turkey.
Turkey.
Turkey. Uh-huh.
How many use in Turkey?
Yeah.
Needs to bounce.
Yeah, good shot.
Yep.
Yeah, my missus sent me a nice picture of the pool side and and the backdrop of Ludonese where they're staying in Turkey, and I sent her one back of a picture of the sights of Bradford outside my hotel.
Was there any difference?
Yeah, just a bit. The bus station out the back of the hotel. The bus station, the train station. Yeah.
Yep, I had a view of the bus station right from my room. It was not like Aluden is.
No, not at all.
So,
But I don't have to fly to come to Bradford. So.
That looks dry to me.
Yeah. Yeah. He's certainly Aiden's, you know, when he looks back on this match, he's certainly had his chances. If you know, not saying he's going to lose, but he's definitely had his chances. But like I said, he'll keep fighting to the end, which he is doing. He's showing them battling qualities. I know he's. It's all about that the yellow above the black, which I think goes into the bottom right, and then the ball on the bottom cushion, which is probably going to leave to the last. I think he's just pointing at an area in the table there where he wanted his white. He's not come back far enough, so he might have to play a little cannon to stop the white here. Using Ross's red, and these can go wrong in these situations. Now he's trying to screw past the red, and he's now left it wide open for Ross to take this match. Yeah, so he's in a good position here now because he's got the red over near the right centre, which he can just, if he can land on that second to last, should I say, and then he can just drop that in, and then the red to the bottom left, which will give him position on the black to the bottom right. So it's all about just. Probably going to leave. He just follows through now with this red to the top left, then left centre, top right, right middle, bottom left, bottom right. Sounds easy, but when you're under those lights out there, it's
just a nice pattern to these balls, isn't there?
Yeah.
So it should. That sort of means he doesn't really have to think too much at all. There's quite a clear logical order.
Yeah. Like to get this nice and straight behind this.
Oh, where's he gone with that?
I don't know. Well,
he's got to take it bottom right.
Yeah.
Pressure's building.
I don't understand why he stunned that. I think he just rolls it and comes back off the cushion a few inches. He can just dolly that red into the bottom right.
He might be able to plot this in the middle, you know. It's one of them, isn't it?
Yeah.
That white could just run on.
Yeah.
So I think the bottom corner means he's going to end up with perfect position.
Yeah.
I just don't think he can hold for that. That's where he thinks the white's going to end up if he plays it in the middle.
Yeah. I think I'd rather take it into the, because he's so close to it, I'd rather take it into the bottom right than, because, like you say, that risk of running away.
Yep, here we go. This is a shot. This is a shot for the match, I think.
No, he's played it. Oh.
It was never in.
No,
that's for certain.
It wasn't a confident stroke, was it?
No.
It was a little more hoping than any confidence in it. Craig Marsh just milling around, waiting to get his teeth into his quarter-final encounter. Clint on the other side of the room, looking as relaxed as ever.
See if we can get some updates on the Jez Graham Mark Boyle match. This is an excellent positional shot.
Ooh. Now he'd like to get into this one, into this the bottom of this white.
Yeah, he's going to need a little bit of luck here. But he needs to give it, a good firm shot. Oh, it's all good cueing as well. Isn't easy. Where's that white going? Where's that white going? Oh, it stayed up.
So
I did say he was going to need a little bit of luck because there was no obvious easy outcome with that shot. How do you fancy that?
Yeah, for your tournament life, I think.
Has he got a thin slice?
Yeah, the thin slice, and I think the natural angle will take his white into the black, so he might be able to hold his white with the black. But
this has got to have some pace on it, though. That's the problem.
Yeah.
Hold on to your hats on for this one.
I don't think he's as thin as you think, Kev. I think he can just dolly this in. Maybe hold.
So find out. I don't think he'll be short of pace.
Oh no.
Well, he's done the first part of the job. He's coming round. Oh my goodness, what a shot!
What a great shot.
That's. You need to remember that one, Dave, for shot of the year.
Yeah, positional shot, great shot that. And just how he hit that last yellow into the bag there, just you see his confidence just raised.
Wow.
Yeah, Ross going for a comfort break, and
I should think he is. He might need some comforting after that.
Yeah, 7-6. I said, didn't I? I said that he won't give up for want of trying. Aiden, it's a right little battle. Any more score updates there, Kev?
No, I'm just going to go do the rounds while it's breaking mid-frame.
Yeah. Aiden just having a chat with his mate over there, Toby, the lightning bolt, one of the rising stars of the IPA, cash game player. The Bolt, what a great pool name, the Lightning Bolt. Doesn't play like lightning, mind, but great player nonetheless. Craig Laking up there, on his phone. Spends half his day on Facebook. Clint Ianson talking to his many fans that gave him Fans Player of the Year award. Everybody on the phones. Social media. Just got Jason Hill over there playing Ian Alley. Might be able to give you a score update on that one shortly. Andy Blurton going about his work. Mark Farnsworth. That'd have been a great stream game. Mark Farnsworth playing Jordan Shepherd over there. Pick a winner from that one if you will. Just waiting for Ross to come back into the arena. Probably gone for a quick half of Buckfast in the toilet. No, but even though Aiden's Ross has just entered the arena again. Even though Aiden's 7-6 down, he knows he could have been out of sight in this match early on. Too many mistakes, which has left him in this position, trailing by 1 frame. Looking for a big break now, and he gets it. Made 1, 2, 3. Is it 3 balls down off the break there? Yeah. 2 yellows, 1 red. Blackball rules, you can take either colour after the break. First ball potted after the break. Guarantees you your colour. Got a nice easy starter into the middle. Can't see any major problems with this finish. Here we go. So it might be tempted to play clear out the top half of the table first. Which he is doing. Just because he probably wants to leave the one closest to the right middle as his last ball, because he can just, if he leaves the right angle, he can just come round the back of the yellows for an easy black. Yeah, that's a good shot. So stun this white back out into the centre of the table. Stun this into the right middle, and the bottom left. Stun again and leave himself a nice angle on the red. Yeah, that's perfect. So just don't draw this back too much. Just leave it roughly where the red is. A little bit further near the white, but it should be okay if he just plays this nice and delicate. I'll just come round the back of the yellows. Playing a bit of it. I think he's just playing with with a little bit of side there just to check the white up, so we can play it a bit more of a full shot. Oh God. In doing so, he's left himself snookered, and he can't believe it. I mean, he shouldn't have been anywhere near them. And he's playing a swerve shot now. Oh, he's played a great shot. Unbelievable. So, 7-all. Hill. Roster break. What he'd give for a ball off the break now. There we go. Oh, he's lost. Oh, now that white was definitely travelling towards the top right, and he got a kick to stay on the table. So it's easier seeing that on the screen than when you're out there. His heart might have been in his mouth for a split second there. Not the best layout. Can switch to camera 1. Yeah. So it's all about, does that red pass the yellow into the top right? Yeah, got the first part of the break right. Got the ball down. Got two reds down. But not a straightforward finish. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that Aiden's going to get a chance in this frame. The obvious shot is the yellow onto the red, but doesn't give him any. See if that red. There's a little pair of reds just above the yellow on the near the brown spot. If the bottom one of those reds passes into the top right, which I don't think it does, it makes this a whole lot easier, but I think he'd have played it by now if he did. He's coming around to have a look at it again. No, doesn't like it. Don't know if he can play it off the yellow. No, he's forced into taking yellows, but he's going to have to conjure up some magic here. So he's going to cut this back, and he's putting his cue at the angle that he wants the white to come off the top cushion to kick that red out. But in doing so, he's not going to be ideal on the yellow that it's closest to anyway. So I don't think there's any great value in taking this shot. But it's a do or die situation. If he manages to clear up, he wins the match. So he's missed the cannon. He's got a half chance of a double, but I know yesterday Ross took out 2 amazing finishes in one of his matches. I can't remember who he played, but he is capable of a big finish now. What's he looking at here? Is he looking at the deep screw? Yeah, deep screw into the 2 yellow. Yeah. Oh, that's unlucky. It's just come just a few inches too far. I think he tried to get behind that yellow and leave himself into the right centre, or any shot really. But this is getting more and more difficult, and the more balls he pots, the easier it's going to make it for Aidan if Aidan gets back to the table, which I suspect he will. Big pressure. He's looking for the cut back, I think. I was looking at the double, he's looking at the cut back. Those 2 yellows that are together, I don't know whether he can get past one to the other. I'm not sure. He's just oh dear, and that is absolutely cursed. He's just had a hack at that. Didn't have a great position whatsoever, but he's given 2 shots to Aidan now. And Ross really will kick himself now, because Aidan's given him a lot of chances in this match. He was a bit unlucky there, breaking for the fit in the decider, the way they came out. But now Aidan's come too far. Oh no, he's okay. He's okay. He's not ideal again, but should be okay. Just he's making lightweight the work of these. And this for the win, and he's got it. And Ross won't be happy, but for Aidan, it was that shot in the previous couple of frames ago where he sent it around the angles and got perfect position. You could see his body language, you could see the confidence that he got from that shot. And he'd be a relieved man. He just gives me a nod there, yeah. Because he gave Ross a lot of opportunities in that match. Aidan started the match on fire and let Ross back in. Ross took control of the match, and then it toed and froed, and I think from 7-5 up it looked like Ross was going to take the match, but it just shows how easy it can turn. So, Aidan Finch into the quarterfinals of the pro event, and we're going to get underway very shortly with an encounter between two of the best players on the tour, Craig Marsh and Clint Ianson. So, catch you soon. Stay tuned. So, back to the action. One great match after the other here on the stream table of the IPA. The professional event here in Bradford, and we've got Craig Marsh, I think, has just took the lead 1-0 versus Clint Hansen in the quarterfinal. Big crunching break there from just a little red there, just fell in at the last minute. So our current world champion versus one of our tour number ones. I think he's bashing around the top 2 or 3 this season as well. Clint Hansen. Yeah, he's got just gave out a bit of a gasp there and a bit of a smile there from Craig. Just got a bit of a heavy contact there. Just stopped the white down. He wanted to roll that through. Just a few inches. He has got he's got one of the best long games in the on the tour, so he has got one to the bottom left, which I fully expect him to take. No, well, just put the curse on that one, but he's not left a great deal. But I expected Craig to take that. He was just slightly hampered by the red he was closest to, which made queuing not ideal, but a bit of early rustiness there. Long way to go in this match. Just looking at a way, don't really think he's got a pot on. Be just looking at a way he can get this white relatively safe. The only shot I can see, if it's possible, is to play the one directly opposite on the other side of the table as the white and try and get the white tucked up against the black. No, he's trying to come down the bottom end of the table, which is left Craig another long pot. He'd like to erase that first long pot of his. Yeah, and another gasp there. He's just made a cannon that he didn't really want. Left himself another long pot. Normally Craig's so assured with these long pots. Cues the ball so well. Might even could play a developing shot here if he can get into it. No, he's done the same thing. Very out of character for Craig. I mean, he wasn't tight up against the cushion, so. But Clint's not played the best of shots there either. His red went in off the black, which it shouldn't have done. But he's in a position now he could lay a good safety if he can play off the red to the right of his white there and lay up behind the other one. Or if you can see the other one, the one closest to the cushion, play the similar shot. But either way, I expect him to be looking at a safety. And he has done. Oh, he's just come out and left Craig. So I think, Dave, if we can have an update on the score, I think it's 1-0 to Craig. As Craig has another go at a long ball. He's already missed 2. He's not missed that one, and he's developed his bad ball, so good shot.
We're just waiting for this match to catch fire at the moment.
Yeah, well, it's been a bit of a couple of poor shots from Craig so far. Didn't leave Clint very much, and all Clint could do is play safe, which he didn't execute properly. So yeah. So if we can just draw the cue ball back to an area similar to where he is now, it should have a drop in black.
Careful with these.
Yeah.
Don't hit that near knuckle.
Make you look a bit daft, can't they? Yeah, played it well. So takes a 2-0 lead early on in this match. Craig just marking his score down. He's not doing a health and safety examination. Good break there from Clint.
Yeah, superb break. Can take his pick.
Yeah, just one little problem area here just below the football.
Can just see on camera 2 that red probably just doesn't go past there. So
I think the yellow does, doesn't it? I think
it does. So I think it's Operation Yellows.
So what are the other quarter-final lineups, Kev? Has it got Mark Farnsworth and Jordan Shepherd? We've got Craig Marsh versus Clint Ianson, who we're watching now. We've got Andy Blurton versus Rob Donkin, and Aidan Finch versus Ronan McCarthy. Pick a winner. Well, I'm sticking with Andy Blurton as my outside bet, and you went with Rob Donkin.
I did, yeah. He's a bit of an outsider for Rob. He's been in good form. He's been he's one of those that's knocking on the door a little bit, and yeah, Bearing in mind that top half is an absolute bloodbath.
Yeah.
It's well, we'll see how it all unfolds. But, the Mark Boyle machine just keeps rolling on.
Yeah.
He's not sure the score with him and Jez, but he's certainly ahead. It was 2-0 last time I looked.
I expect that to be quite a tight match. Jazz has been here a few times, hasn't he, on at this stage of the amateur. And, he won't lie down.
And let's not forget Ryan Clark, who actually won that first event and beat Mark Boyle in the final. He's still in. He's in the quarters. He's playing Dan Wiley from Scotland. So yeah, start to get to the business end.
He's actually probably the only person who's beaten Mark in about 16 matches on the tour, isn't it?
Yep, that's his claim to fame at the moment.
Yeah.
But fully deserved that victory in Cardiff. Played really good.
Yeah.
A couple of ways he can play this. Can I just run it through? I think it'll be just kissing to glance off the red like that.
Yeah. Nice shot.
Yeah, screw this back a foot. And what he's done is he's cleared that red from that right hand corner back, because that could well be where the black ends up.
Yeah. Got great brains, haven't they? These pros. You know,
Yeah, I was thinking, planning ahead. Oof, just left that a little bit awkward. Just needed to give it a little bit more.
Now this was like my deciding black against Nicky Griffith, which I fluffed. Didn't need to be queuing like this, but yeah, that's a good shot.
2-1.
Yeah, 2-1. Okay. So what stage are we at in the amateur now, Kev?
Well, some of the first quarterfinals on. Dan Wiley, Ryan Clark. The other last 16 matches are coming to a bit of a conclusion. So we're still on schedule to finish at some point today, Dave. Have you ordered that?
Oh yeah. Food's just arrived.
You kept that to yourself, didn't you?
Yeah.
God, them chips look nice.
They do, don't they? Do you want one?
Yeah. Thought you were never going to ask.
So I'm just gonna go and munch some food and be back with you in 1 sec.
Yeah, while Mr. McKee tucks into a very appetising looking cheeseburger with some quite delicious chips. Try and keep you entertained. So if you've got any questions you want to ask us, I'll try and pick them up in the chat on the YouTube chat. So let us know what you think. If you enjoyed it, what do you think of Mark Allen? What do you think of Mark Boyle? How good would Mark Allen be if he took Blackball up? Drilled that in. Good shot. So if you're interested in the Newcastle event coming up, I think we will have a few spaces available for it. It's just got there. Why did he put so much side on that? So yeah, if you're interested in the Newcastle event, just send us a message. I think we will have some spaces, and we'll see if we can get you in. That looks absolutely pinpoint. That smells amazing, that Mr. McKee. I think there is a couple of qualifiers being held in the northeast for the Newcastle event. Certainly one at... oh, look at that. Have you ordered me them? Did you order them? What a star. He's brought me a plate of chips. Can only apologise if the commentary is a bit intermittent for the next few minutes, because I've just got some mayonnaise on a nice bowl of chips. So yes, there will be a couple of qualifiers that are being held at Breakers, and if you're wanting to enter direct, then just send us a message either via the Facebook page or send us a message through the website, through the ticketing system, and we'll get back to you. And yeah, I hope to see you there. It should be a great event at St James's Park. It's a superb venue. We're expecting some big crowds to come and watch. We all know what hotbed of pool it is in the northeast is at the moment. It's, it should be an absolutely huge event. Somebody just making a comment about the corner pockets on the stream table. Well, these have been what they call hydro dipped. So I don't know if you've ever seen what they do with car alloy wheels. It's quite bizarre. I can't quite get my head around it. But they basically dip them in this special liquid, and it brings out this uniform pattern onto the alloy wheel. So done exactly the same sort of thing with these corners. When you look at them close up, you probably can't quite tell on the picture, but there is a pattern on there. I don't know if Dave's super duper camera can zoom in on. Can it zoom in on those? Not that close, no. But you can just about make the pattern out. But when you see them close, they're absolutely amazing. So that's why they're not chrome. The lighting under the table. No, we still have that, and we had it on at Cardiff. But when we set the table up, it was 4 a.m. on Saturday, and we'd run out of gas by then. So we decided not to do it. But it will be back. It will be LED lighting under the table. Will be back for Newcastle. We did actually look at the Sunderland venue, but we I don't think it was. I can't remember the exact reason why. 'Cause we looked at a lot of venues, but I don't think the function room was big enough. Glad you enjoyed it, Paul McCann. He just signed up for the tour just recently for the final 4 events. Said he didn't play well, but don't worry about it, Paul. First event, first time. It is different conditions, different surroundings, different expectations. Everything is different, and it's just sometimes take a few events to settle down and get used to the environment. So don't worry about it. Just enjoy it and see what happens. Getting a little bit frustrated with himself. Yeah, this event, because we do the awards on the Friday night, we there just physically isn't enough hours in the day for us to do this event, double elimination. So it is the only one of the events of the 5 tours where the Open is not double elim. So Newcastle is back to normal. Its group stage is double elim to qualify then for the single elim knockout rounds. So yeah, so it is just this event. It's just we have the awards, and the awards is a really important part of the IPA, and it's just one of the things that we have to do. So yeah, back to normal for double elim. Entry is I think single event entry is 120 or 130? I can't remember now. But yeah, so you're getting you're getting 2 events for that. You get double elimination, and in the Open, and then the amateur event. So hopefully we'll see plenty of you there. Like I say, we do have some spaces, and you just get in touch, and we'll get back to you. Can't promise if you send a message today we might get back to you, but we will this week, as we start the build up to Newcastle, which I think is only 4 or 5 weeks away. It'll soon be here. I hope they've got chips as good as these went over there.
So
we demolished that chicken burger.
Yeah. Enjoying them chips? Well,
yeah.
The way I'm thinking is, if I ply you with chips and apply Mr. Bebb with donuts like I did in Brighton, I might get on this stream table. Well, that's the only way I'm going to get on.
You can do interviews if you want afterwards. Craig Whiteman, he's put on. His local has just had 4 of these tables put in with the Simonis cloth and the Pro Cups. He says it's another class to anything I've ever played on before. Yeah, that's been our philosophy on this cloth. We've trialled it for 3 years, and we were pretty much all confident that people would like it once they've tried it. There's been a lot, some of the people who've been quite critical of it, but I would suggest that most of those are people who haven't played on it.
Yeah.
You're not going to please everyone, of course we're not, but I think this cloth will become standard in most places over the next 6-12 months.
Yeah, and I think, am I right in saying 8 Ball Direct do a good deal on these tables with the cloth fitted?
Yeah, they provide the service mainly in the northeast of England. So if you're looking to get your table recovered, 8 Ball Direct, Alan Yates, EG Man.
Yeah, I think I saw a post on Facebook, correct me if I'm wrong, where you get the table and it's like a finance agreement, so you pay something like £25 a week, you get the table and you get a reclothing service every 18 months or something. They come out and recloth it for you. Sounds like a good plan anyway.
I think some very good deals out there at the moment.
I think we'll be looking to go down that route soon. We still haven't got one of these in my hometown in Macclesfield. Clinton was just waiting for Craig to shoot himself in the foot in that frame, and it's worked out for him. Simple rolling black into the middle to take a 4-2 lead. Oof, that just clipped the jaw on its way in. Who are the pair of lovebirds at the back of the arena there, Kev? Are they, I think, am I right in saying that's Clint's relation, is it?
Yeah, it's Jimmy Hansen.
Jimmy Hansen. Is that his brother or dad?
It's a good question. I'm not 100% certain.
He doesn't look old enough to be his dad, does he?
He doesn't, no. No, I think it's his brother. Yeah, I think it's his brother.
Yeah. Clint always has a bit of support here with him, doesn't he, from his family?
Well, he has won the Fans Player of the Year 3 times on the trot.
That's right. Because he's got more friends on Facebook than anyone else.
Well, at least you took the time out to vote for him.
That's right, yeah. I know in the week leading up to the awards, he was putting posts out on Facebook to get your votes in for him. Touting.
Oh, Jimmy's his dad.
Oh, Jimmy.
Right. Wow. Well, Jimmy's wearing well.
Oh, yeah, he is, yeah.
Unless Clint's 12.
Yeah. Yeah, Clint just gone up for a toilet break and Craig just trying to get his Q arm going.
I think he's a little bit frustrated, is Craig.
Yeah.
Is that 4-2 there, should that be? Is that
Yeah, that is 4-2.
4-2.
Yeah, I think we need to get Dave to get us one of those little, like a 2 buttons to press, an A and a B, so we can update the score instantly.
Yeah. Did we have that somewhere? Did we have buttons?
I think I've seen on the World Series you had like a big red button.
Well, that might have been Wayne Pinder's.
Yeah.
He's got his own red buttons.
Yeah, man, he's something like that. Yeah, 4-2 to Clint, and Clint's a break. Be looking to keep the stranglehold on Craig because, as we all know, our world champion, if he gets free flowing, he can rattle off a few frames in quick time. So
certainly can. I think Clint looks to have speeded up his game. He's quite a methodical player, but he looks to be got a bit of energy into his game.
Yeah. Using the cut break to good effect, and makes a ball.
Farnsworth 6-2 up against Jordan Shepherd.
Well, their hands on the wall on that one.
Your man Andy Blurton 6-3 up against Rob Donkin.
My man's beating your man.
Yeah, Aidan Finch 1-0 up against Ronan McCarthy.
Yeah.
So can anyone stop Mr. Farnsworth? Is he looking for the double in pro events?
Yeah, that's right. What would you incline to take here? I'd say reds would be. They've both got other little awkward spots. The black being tied up at the top of the table, but his ball's close to it to develop it, and I think he's going to go reds. Looking to stun back out over the table, just like that. Now then. Think it
Jason Hill's just taken out the conqueror of Mark Allen, Ian Alley.
Was he?
Yeah. Ian Richards and David Adden, they're at 6-all.
Yeah, Jason's one of those players, isn't he? He can come up with results like that. I remember many moons ago him taking out Gareth Potts on the tour event once, and by quite a convincing scoreline. It's a big shock.
If that black goes in the top left, then he's just going to be screwing back for these three down at the bottom end. Can't believe he's going to take this one next.
I think he needs to develop that black, Kev. Which he might do off this shot. He might just play with the tracer side and just flip that yellow away from it. Well, no, the way he's queuing, I think he is putting a bit of side on this just to develop. Yeah. Sure.
Mark Farnsworth takes his place in the semi-finals, dispatches Jordan Shepherd 8-2.
Yeah.
Jordan not quite got his A game back, but he's certainly on an upward curve.
Yeah. Oh,
see on camera 3. I think we can see that that red quite clearly goes past.
Yeah, well, that's a great shot. I thought he was. Thought this bag was covered, but yeah, good spot.
Stun this up through the gap like that.
Yeah, good angle.
He's hit that with confidence.
Yeah. Playing well at the minute, Clint. I mean, you couldn't write this guy off, could you? You know.
No, definitely not. He's definitely finding some form. 8-5 Farnsworth beat Shepherd, so he did mount a little bit of a comeback. A little bit of awkward queuing.
Yeah, he had one of these in his first, the first frame he won. Yeah, just composing himself. Knows how big this is, because just want to let Craig back in now. Yeah, struck it well, struck it confidently. Now, this is where I think Craig plays his best pool, and when he gets upset with himself, and he just starts playing more, with more authority, more aggression.
He's not quite as focused as he normally is. There's a few little comments and.
Yeah, he's gone with a cut break himself, and. It's just look at those yellows as well. Nice easy starter into the middle, stun off the bottom rail. Shouldn't have any problems with these.
Just seen a nice tweet from Mark Allen saying what a great time he's had and well run and great hospitality. Oh, that's nice.
Yeah. How much did you pay him for that? It's been a class addition to the IPA this weekend. Everybody, surrounding his table, to see how he gets on.
Yeah.
Such a great cueist, as we know, he's snooker. He's just, he's one of the best players in the world. And, there's not many snooker players that can do it on a pool table, is there?
No.
He's that was a bit of a snatch at that one. Oh. But he's caught smelling the roses. Craig has got ball there to the left centre. He can develop those two bad ones. So it's a chance for Craig. I remember seeing Stephen Maguire came up to the Glasgow event, didn't he?
Yeah, he didn't play. He just, I think, came for the social side.
Yeah, and he likes the social side, doesn't he, Stephen Maguire? As we know. I think one of his friends was playing on one of the Scottish snooker players. I think.
That's nice.
Yeah, that's a good shot.
And I think he can play the middle of the three reds. Just stroke it in and it'll develop the red that's near the yellow.
Lovely shot. And this is why he's current world champion. Comes up with like I said, when he gets annoyed with himself, he does tends to focus him a bit more.
It's all about the position. He'll probably come across the table near just past the middle bag.
Oh, yeah, just about.
That's precision. 5-3.
Yeah, nice finish there from Craig. Yeah, the difference between 5-3 and 6-2 would have been immense, wouldn't it? But, keeps him in this match. Big Ben Davis and Christian Phillips are watching on.
Yep, I think they're waiting for Marcia to lose because they want to hit the road.
Yeah.
Wanted him to win with one breath, but wanting to get home in the other.
Yeah. Big Ben's not had a great weekend, has he?
No, but it's tough.
Mm.
Cut break, dry.
Mm. Oh, Craig Marsh. Just the score does need updating. It's 5-3 to Clinton at the moment.
Just a couple of little tricky positional shots coming up.
Yeah. Yeah, he's just taking his time a bit more with this. Knows he's got a chance to get himself right back in the match. If he can help it, doesn't want to leave like Clint back in this frame.
He could, well, he's got a few options here.
I think he might screw up into the red and leave himself
Yeah.
He's
gonna.
Yeah, I think he can come on the low side of these yellows now, can't he? And take one up into the top right. Yeah.
So this is he's played some a couple of excellent positional shots.
Yeah.
Which has allowed him to create this. It's now turned it into a good opportunity.
Just striking the ball a little bit better than he was before, isn't he?
Yeah.
He might even just nudge that black a bit further up the rail with this shot. He's pretty much guaranteed to be on the. No. Oh, what's he done there? I think that's what he tried to do.
I think he tried to miss the red.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think he's just misjudged it with the.
Yeah, now he's going to have to play a screw shot with side.
Andy Blurton takes his place in the semi-finals of the professional event. Where's that white going?
Just wanted to clip that.
So he's got a double.
Yeah, how important's this double now?
Andy Blurton, he's in the semis. He's just beaten Rob Donkin.
Yeah, certainly the most improved player. Oh, I was going for the cocktail there, I think.
It's not the races. Craig, he's just not showing signs, but just a couple of slack shots.
Tells me he's going away with the family next week for a bit of a break. Corfu. So
Nice.
got one mind on that. Yeah. The missus and kids. Pretty routine finish now for Clint. To open up his 3-frame lead again.
Spin this round of 2 rails. Sound an American spinning round of 2 rails.
Yeah.
That's perfect. He's going to take...
with a touch of English. Do you know where that comes from, Kev? The English?
No.
Because we invented it. Yeah.
But Americans didn't know how to put side on a ball.
We started using what we know as side. So when we started doing it in front of the Americans called it English. It's something the English did. So I'm a mine of useless information, me, Kev.
Yep.
Do you know where the word pool comes from?
No.
Well, pool was originally a pool of betting people, and they made a quick-fire version of billiards, or snooker, and called it pool for people to... used to have cockfighting and pool and punch-ups and basically anything they could bet on. So, yeah, this pool is a pool of people betting. A bit of a history lesson for you.
Yeah, just been asked who won what at the awards. Yeah, foul break. I think the ball came back and hit his cue. And straight away, Craig admits it, such as the sportsmanship and integrity that these get me teeth in that these guys have. Yeah, so going back to the awards, Amateur of the Year was Mickey Oliver. Player of the Year, Gareth Hippert. Breakthrough Achievement Award, so that's a new award for someone who's broken through, maybe won an event for the first time or whatever. Different reasons, but he went to John McAllister for his superb victory in the European Open at Warwick last year. Player of the Year was Mark Farnsworth. Most Improved Player of the Year was Andy Blurton. And the Fans Player of the Year, which was voted for through Facebook on the website, we had a record number of votes. Just under 2,000, I think it was. And the winner of that was Clint.
Yeah, and you got a bit of recognition yourself, Kev. Brought a bit of a tear to your eye, I think. One you weren't expecting. Recognition of your hard work. Fully deserved.
I appreciate that, Andrew.
So, just a bit of awkward cue for Clint. He's, now, because he's digging down and he can't get really any side on this ball, or English, as we've just been talking about, he's going to be running towards the red on the right-hand side of the table and really wants to either come around the back of that or on the inside of it. I don't think he can come on the inside because he can't get the required side. So he might even be looking at just stunning this if he can get enough into it, which I think he's trying to do. He's trying to stun this, and he just come round the back of it. That's well worked out.
Worst Player of the Year award. That definitely is one I should have won. Commentator of the Year. Is that you? Commentator of the Year?
Dave Hine will have something to say about that. It's not here, but if you're listening, David. No, James Annie hasn't been doing as much as he normally does on the old. I like listening to James when he's.
Yeah, don't know what he's up to. I've not really seen much of him today. Can he just drop that in? Dead weight.
I think he can stun this, Kev, I think.
Yeah, he could just hold it. So that's going to give him a commanding 7-3 lead over Craig Marsh.
Just put himself one frame away from a semi-final clash with... Who will he play?
Mark Farnsworth, which I believe will be on the stream next.
Wow. So Clint could potentially be on the stream now, then in the semi and then in the final.
Yep. And we want to keep the matches coming through thick and fast, and the other section of the draw is just a little bit behind, so we're going to keep it coming on.
Yeah, unfortunately that's just the way the cookie crumbles, but you know, I'll have some good table time on this table, Clint, if you did get to the final. Maybe people want to factor that into the... Mind you, I don't think you can't bet now, can you? I think it's...
No.
All bets are off now.
Wayne Pinder's in the house.
Wayne Pinder.
Yeah.
In the house.
Weekend off, Wayne. You not got anything streaming going on? Busy every week, that lad. What a life.
Question for Wayne. What happened to the... it was Wayne that streamed the World Series.
We did.
Yeah. Where's a lot of the footage gone from Savannah's? Seems to be, because I like to look back on the. Seems to be a lot of it missing. I don't know whether they had some difficulty recording or I don't know.
He's had a couple of weeks off. What does that mean?
I can't do that.
Couple of weeks off.
Yeah. Alright, for some. So what will you be doing tomorrow, Kev? Back to the work, or
Yeah, work in the morning.
you've got a new position, have you?
I've got a new job. Yeah, I start at the end of the month. I've got 2 weeks left in my current job.
Yeah.
I'll be here in the morning because the tables have to be collected. So we've got to get them on the wagon. So I'll be here in the morning, then probably going to work 11, 12 o'clock, I would have thought. And yeah, then it's updating the rankings, updating the websites. We've got a few press releases that we've got to get out. And it's
Back to the grindstone.
prize money to pay out.
Yeah.
And then it's getting ready for Newcastle. So it's going to be a big event.
What date is Newcastle?
22nd? 20... Yeah, so it's next month.
Yeah.
Next month.
End of June. Yeah.
He's saying that the footage is all on Tsunami streaming on Facebook.
All right. Oh, on Facebook, not on YouTube.
Or on YouTube page.
Okay. Yeah, I seem to have. Well, I must be missing something then. Can't seem to find it. Well, I can find the Tsunami streaming page on. Yeah, you can just have a look at. Oh,
Dave's fiddling with his wires.
fiddling.
What's he doing? Time to watch them plugs.
I was just about to say the same thing. Yeah. Big breakout shot here from Clint. That looks like it's come out nicely. That.
Oh, yeah.
Because I think that that yellow just above the black passes into the bottom right. So it might choose to take the one directly above the white now. No. Well, that suggests that one passes to the bottom left, so he can.
Yeah, we can see on camera 2
Yeah.
that the left of the 2 yellows does pass into this corner bag.
Yeah. Which makes it a lot easier for him. He wants to get nice and straight behind this if he can.
That looks perfect.
That'll do.
That looks perfect. Just kind of bounces off the rail just above the red. Punch it in. And Clint will be in the semi-finals.
Yeah. And he's not really been pushed in this match, has he? Craig, like I say, Craig's not been at the races this weekend, really.
Looks pretty good.
Yeah. Yeah.
And this for the win. There it goes. Well played, Clint Anderson.
Well played.
He takes his place in the semi-finals.
Bit of a fist pump there from Clint.
Craig Marshall will probably take his place in the car for the journey home
Yeah.
very shortly.
Yeah. Yeah. So, another mouth-watering game coming up.
Yep. Harry Finnan, is there availability for Newcastle? Yes, we have got some spots available. Just send us a message, and we'll get you sorted.
Yeah, you've got to buy Kev a bowl of chips. And,
Bowl of chips with mayonnaise on, and you can have anything you want. So, yeah, as I thought, Craig's heading for the exit door with Ben Davies and Christian Phillips. Just some good suspension on that vehicle. Oh, is Ben not going with them? I think he is. So yeah, they're off.
So this matchup, Mark Farnsworth and Clint Hanson, is a repeat of was it Glasgow final? Do you remember the horrendous fluke off Clint? Do you remember that? Was it last season or the season before? I think it was the season before.
So Mark Boyle and Jez Graham, they're still playing. Don't score that is.
Yeah, that must be
about
close.
15 all.
Mark's having one of his money matches. Best of 49.
Just need to nip to the facilities.
So quite easy for our man on the stream, Dave, to change the graphics, because Clint will be staying on this table. Probably just have a little break, and Clint will be joined on this live stream table by Mark Farnsworth very shortly. So we'll be back then.
achievement table, 25 at professional points, and transfer for clip time.
They can hear you on commentary or something. Welcome back, everyone. Slight change in the commentary box for this next match. I've been out of the room a lot, so I haven't seen how the players have been playing to this stage, but Mark Farnsworth versus Clint Ianson promises to be an absolute cracker. Two of the very, very best players on the tour. No surprise to see him both in another semi-final. White went dangerously close, screwed it back to the corner pocket, but it's not too bad. And last ball rolling's fallen in, which is always a little frustration for the player sat in his chair. I think they're going to get a chance, and the red falls in. So Mark with the first opportunity in this match. It's a fairly open split. There's no real clusters of balls. White's first shot is probably going to be tricky, depending on which way he wants to go. He's got a very tough yellow along the top rail, or a tough palant possibly, or he's got the long red down past the black, so he's going to go reds. Surprising miss from Mark. That was one he would have expected to make. It wasn't too tricky. Would have wanted easier after the break, but still expected him to make that. So Clint with an opportunity, and if he wants to go reds, he hasn't got an easy opening red. Yellows aren't too bad either, so you can make a case for yellows. It does look like he wants reds. So.
final in the professional event is from Curtin and the women's coffee table 3, please.
Another tricky ball missed. First two shots from either player, both missed pots, but neither of them guaranteed, but both expected. Much easier chance for Mark now. And once he takes this red down the rail, then everything else is fairly routine. Everything's wide open. Just wants to plot his route, figure out which ball he wants to leave till last. I don't think he'll want to leave the red over the bottom left till his last ball, but he may choose to do that and just work his way down the table. Looks like he's finished just lower straight on this red into the left middle, so he may not be able to get down to the bottom part of the table. May need to. It just looks like he can probably just screw straight back a little bit past where he is now, or just roll through between about 3 or 4 inches and play between the gap of the yellow and red, yellow and black. But the positional shot onto the black, it just needs to be careful with it. Be interesting to see which way. I wonder if he would been playing that screw shot like he did. He's opened up the right middle for the black if he chooses to play on it in that pocket, or he can drop it in and maybe take the black to the top right. It's not. That's why I said at the beginning of the visit that it would be interesting to see if he'd leave this ball to last, because it's probably not, out of all of them, wasn't the best ball for the black. He's controlled that really nicely, and the screw shot he played previously has sort of paid dividends by knocking that yellow out of the way and opening the pocket for this black. So after 2 missed pots, 1 from each player, good finish from Mark to get his first frame on the board. Andrew's rejoined me in the commentary box. If you've been watching all morning, he'd have been talking you through the previous games. So you've probably seen how the players have been playing this morning.
Yeah, cheers, Simon. Yeah, Clint came through a convincing winner over Craig in the last match. Craig just wasn't at the races, but Clint has found a bit of form this weekend.
Yeah, I was saying on commentary yesterday that it's been a few tournaments now that he's been sort of out of the deep end of the back end of the events, and he probably feels like he's due. And
that's right.
Here he is in the semi-final, and was it quarter-final yesterday he lost in? So
yeah,
he's knocking on the door again.
Yeah, he's certainly capable of winning any of these tournaments. But,
yeah,
as we know, it's a tough school.
Oh, absolutely.
What about yourself this weekend, Simon?
No, I came this first tournament having made the step up to the professional side of it. I found it tough adjusting in terms of confidence was getting knocked, because you know it's hard to get a good run going because you're playing, right from round 1 you're playing the top players. But found some confidence away from the tour, and first tour I came in with confidence. But unfortunately lost first round in the professional event, and We only got a couple of rounds in the open event, so
Yeah.
not a great weekend on the table for me, but enjoyed it nonetheless.
Yeah. Good shot there. Just opened the yellows up himself.
Yeah. So the bottom end of the table is fairly open. It's just the yellows at the top and the black that they're open, but they need to be careful playing on them. Interesting to see how he goes about. I think if he gets good on the yellow below the red, so towards the top end of the table,
Yeah.
I think if he gets good on that ball, then it should be okay. But it's when he goes up for that and how he gets on it, I think.
Yeah, ideally he'd like to be just have his white just sort of in line just below the black, wouldn't he? Just so he could roll that into the middle. And
Well, I think if he left the yellow over the left middle, so clear this one and the one at the bottom, and then leave the one over the left middle, he could probably just drop through and go above the middle pocket and take it to the top right.
Yeah. That looks a better way. He could even use that red that's just hanging near the top bag if he chooses to land straight on that yellow. I can use
to make position onto the black a little bit more a bit easier. Yeah. And I think he's going your way then. I think he's going to go because he's screwed to here. I think he's going to go past it and play the yellow into the middle.
Yeah, he's forced into that shot now.
Yeah, I think that's what he's played for, because I think if he just dropped, possibly if he might have had a bad angle if he just dropped it in.
Yeah, he's certainly looking very relaxed around the table, Clint.
He's had to run a little bit. He's come up a little bit short there. It's difficult to tell whether he can play this yellow into the left middle without. I think he might have to play it with either a lot of check side or have some sort of cannon to.
I don't know. That's
maybe, maybe if he plays it with check side, he could cannon the red below the yellow.
That's right. Yeah. Exactly.
But he's missed the pot. That's a surprise.
But we see it a lot, don't we? You know, when you're concentrating on that cannon.
Yeah. Which he got perfectly. He got the cannon absolutely spot on, but just missed the pot. So easy to do. How would you see this finish for Mark then? Would you take the red up to the top left now? And then possibly leave yourself the one on the right hand side above the middle pocket. If you get straight on that, you can just pop that and roll through for the black into the top left maybe.
That's right. Yes.
I think that's how he's going to see it. So probably wants to play on the bottom one now. He may not, though. It depends on the angle he's got here. He might come up. I think he could go either way.
Yeah, just left himself a nice angle just to run this through. Probably take the red over to the right centre.
Yeah, anywhere near straight would be okay.
Yeah,
doesn't want lots of angle. It would be okay, but he'd have to play a better positional shot onto the last red. So. He may have a fraction. Let's have a look. If we can, well, I was going to say, yeah, camera 2 shows the angle. So he's probably got a little bit too much angle now. If he was straight, he could just roll through for the red into the top right. So slightly trickier positional shot now.
Yeah, I think he's going to have to screw in and out of the cushion now.
That's a fantastic shot. Again, no, he's come up a few rows short. He wanted to be straight on this, so he could just follow through for the black into the top left. Yeah. He may have to come twice across the table now, or possibly play for the black into the top right.
I think he could drag this in with a bit of left-hand side. maybe,
Yeah.
and just leave himself a semi-difficult.
No, he's gonna.
No.
That back end of the finish all stemmed. If he'd had another 2 inches, or even an inch on the one into the right centre, that was a formality. So it just shows you the fine line. If he'd gone a fraction more.
Yeah. Oh, he's missed. Oh,
That's a great shot from
good
him.
shot.
He's chosen to play the one cushion shot like that, so that he's now got a good ball to get onto the black with. He could have played a plant yellow onto yellow, but the yellow would have been going away, and he would have had a really tough shot to get on the black. So backed himself to make it off one cushion. Great shot.
Yeah, confident strike that. Just about perfect on this.
So another frame with a mistake each. And this time it's Clint that wins the frame. So both frames have had a mistake each from both players, and probably about right that we sit at 1-1. Long way to go yet, though.
Yeah. By this time in the weekend, Simon, as you know, and these players have played a hell of a lot of pool.
Yeah.
Saturday being a very long day. And it's understandable that a few mistakes creep in now and again.
Oh, absolutely. It really is a long weekend for the players that make it deep into the tournament. You know, it's a lot of pool. It's a long day yesterday, and I think that probably had an effect on Mark's performance in the semi-final. I didn't see it, but I heard that he missed a couple, taking nothing away from Jordan, who everyone said played brilliantly.
Crunch there, and no friend.
No. It's a good split as well. I think obviously there's a lot said about Mark's break. It's not quite as good as some of the other guys on the tour, and I know that he works hard on it, and to be honest I think I sort of noticed from the World Championships onwards I think his break's improved a fraction, but he still doesn't seem to get the same sort of explosion that you see from a Craig Marsh or a Jack Whelan or someone like that.
Yeah.
Or even Mark Boyle last night who was employing the cut break, which Clint's also going for. He's getting a really, really big split. You can really see the explosion when he hits it.
Yeah.
And he doesn't quite have that. He'll still feel frustrated that he hasn't made a ball there because he got a great split.
Yeah. And, then Clint's just one positional shot away from being able to take this finish out.
Yeah, he's got to just drift inside those reds, or to the left-hand side of those two reds in the middle of the table.
He could use that red over the left middle as a sort of guide, a stopper.
Yeah, if he overhits it, absolutely.
Which he has done.
Yeah, that's pretty good. He just needs to roll through a few inches for the yellow next to the black.
Yeah.
And be interesting to see. I guess he's going to play on the black to the right middle, I'd have thought. But no, he really shouldn't have any problems from here. Okay, he could play for the black into the bottom left, actually.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
If he just leaves himself low on his last yellow and drifts back up.
It's personal preference. He could leave this high and just stun back one cushion or straight and screw back for the black in the middle, or leave it low and go up for the black in the top left. To be honest, there was no bad angles off that shot.
Yeah.
So he's going to play up now, somewhere near the right middle pocket.
Yeah, just playing a little stun shot, I think. personal preference, that shot. Some people just like to run off the cushion.
Yeah.
Some prefer you get more control from that little stun shot. And a nice straightforward black gives him a 2-1 advantage.
Yep. So we're going to see in a minute this the cut break I mentioned from Clint that was been working well this weekend. Slightly different to previous tournaments where you've seen him going for the power break off the front ball.
Yeah.
See quite a lot of players sort of adopting this break.
I notice when Mark Boyle uses this break, he plays with a bit of, it's like a sort of screw shot but with check side, so it comes back off the cushion and comes back into the pack, or back into the pack area. Let's just see how Clint plays this. So yeah, Clint came off at a lower angle and he was kicked back into the position where he is now. He's been very fortunate there.
He's had he didn't get any. He didn't really, as I was saying on Mark's break, there was no real explosion of the pack. It wasn't a great break, and he's had a right touch.
Yeah, I think he's a total snooker here. I think he's got the cushion in the way. I think they're just having a bit of a laugh about it.
It's incredible. If Mark's total snookered with 15 balls on the table, that's absolutely incredible. Or 14 balls when the black.
Yeah.
They're not calling from for the ref. I think he must be off to see this ball, but what's he going to do with it?
Yeah. There's not a lot he can do, really.
I think he would rather be total snookered, actually, so that he could just bump off the middle pocket and try not to disturb anything. Oh, he was.
Yeah.
So he was total snookered. So I was thinking if he wasn't, then he had to hit that firm enough to re-hit a cushion, which would have potentially opened the frame up more for Clint. Which is all Mark could do there was try and not make it as too easy a finish for him.
Yeah, and I think Reds look quite good here.
Yeah, I think there's a good chance on Reds. So all the Reds have a pocket.
Yeah. Yeah, this is a great chance now.
Yeah, I think he probably wanted to have an extra couple of inches on that previous shot so he could maybe pop the red and just rest on the yellow so that he'd leave a better angle now on the red in the middle to go up the table. Probably why he's choosing to take the one in the middle first. So the previous shot was just an inch or two short.
It's a great shot.
He's played that really well. Again, I think he probably wanted another inch on that one as well. Another inch or two. I think he's fine. It looks like he's got... If we look at... he's in the way, but if we look at camera 2, it looks like he is straight enough that he could pop that and screw up the middle of the table. So he obviously doesn't like it because he's having a look at other options.
Yeah, because if he doesn't quite get hold of it in the way he wants to and screw up between the yellow and red, he'll be screwing into those yellows.
Yeah. Ideally, he wants to screw past those yellows so that he can take the red in the middle, that's the most in the middle of the table, into the right centre. That's what he'd like to do, I think. But I think he's worried if he catches the yellow, he'll have no shot, or a much harder shot.
Yeah, that's why he's taking that option.
So he did want an extra couple of inches just to be a little bit straighter on that shot. So. But he's accepted where it finished, and just one good pot now with position onto the outside red, and should be plain sailing. That's a good pot.
Yeah. Run off the cushion and take the other one in the same pocket, maybe.
Yeah.
And there should be another frame on the board for Clint. Yeah, it's going to take a good performance to stop this guy in this event, because and he's also had the luxury of he played on the stream in his previous match. He's playing on in this match, and if he gets through this, he's going to be on again.
Yeah. So I don't think the stream table will have a much effect. Both Mark and Clint have played on the stream, and they're two of the most popular guys on tour, and two of the they're at the deep end of the tournament so often that they're so used to the stream table. It's one of the beauties of this cloth is that the difference in table to table is you can't. It's the same.
Yeah.
With napped cloths, you do get
Consistent.
There is an inconsistency to the tables, so that these really are. I don't think it matters what table you're on. White's close to that top pocket again.
Cursed. Kicked in.
It did get kicked in, but when you screw it that close to the pocket, you're asking for
giving it a chance.
Trouble. Yeah, you're giving it a chance.
Yeah.
So an opportunity for Clint to really punish Mark here and build on the lead.
Yeah, so he's just clearing out his this yellow just to open up the reds. He won't be bothered about that yellow. He'd have liked it to have finished on the cushion, but he'll be fully committed to this clearance. So
yeah, look to clear the 4 at the top of the table and come on down for the last 3 reds and the black.
Me and Kev mentioned in Clint's previous match that he seems to have just raised his tempo a little bit, Clint, because we know he's quite methodical and he's going to take his time over each shot, but he's definitely sort of just picked up the pace a little bit.
Yeah, the one thing I like, I sort of noticed it the first time I watched him play a few years ago, was that his pace is so consistent in terms of, he may have picked it up for this match or this tournament, but he doesn't rush shots.
Yeah.
So, but he plays every shot at the same control, and gives every shot the same amount of respect. And you see some players running around the table, and they might play one shot quicker than another. And I just like the rhythm that I think is probably the right way of describing it that Clint plays with.
That's right. Yeah. Yeah. And everybody's got their own rhythm and what works for them.
Yeah, and there's nothing wrong with whatever works for that individual, but he stays within his rhythm, which I think is very impressive.
You notice that with a lot of the top players, don't you? Ronan's the same. Mark, who Clint's playing now. Neil Raybone, they've all got that just crept in.
Yeah, he left himself a bad angle when he was stretching 2 shots ago, which meant he couldn't get on the one at the top as nicely as he'd like to. So he's had to change his route and pull himself out of trouble with that longer pot. So back up the table for the red at the top now.
Yeah, just wants to leave himself an angle on that one up near the top, which is just checked up off the cushion. It's perfect.
Yeah, probably. He's just got to screw back past that yellow. He may just drop it in and have the red from a bit further distance. If he screws back to try and get straight on the red, then he could go wrong.
Yeah, I thought he was going to play that shot, and now he can just take the block into the left centre, can't he?
Yeah, just stun past it, take all the risk out of that shot. No need to get straight on the red. Those 2 yellows will just be, or the yellow just below the black may cause a little issue.
Yeah.
The gap's not, as you can see this camera angle, he's got plenty of room, but it still needs to play on it.
Yeah.
It's one that could go wrong.
In these sort of situations, I'll try and leave my white. Use the centre of that rail between the middle pocket and bottom pocket, and anywhere there, you're guaranteed a shot. It doesn't matter if your white's tucked up on the cushion. You're going to have a relatively easy shot to middle.
Yeah, Clint's pulling a few faces like he doesn't like the angle, so it's probably not quite natural. He probably wants to play this with a little bit aside to get the angle he wants. It looks fairly natural from here.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to screw it. Oh no, he's going to run this off. Just enough. Yeah, in playing that playing ball, that's why he's left himself where he is. But if he'd have played it with side, which makes the pot missable, he could have got a better shot at this, but no problems for this man.
Yeah, so that was a finish that didn't go to plan. He's had to reroute halfway through, and he's found a way and increased his lead to 4-1.
Yeah. Just gonna hop foot over to the Ronan McCarthy game and maybe try and get Mark Boyle's result. I'll be back in 1 minute.
So let's see if Clint can get a better break this time. It wasn't a great break last time, although it was a fantastic result for him. Disaster from this time. One of the things with the cut break is you don't go in off, you don't scratch off the break very often. It's a bit more controllable with the white, but that one he didn't quite catch right, and it's sailed into the bottom pocket. So Mark's opportunity to get a frame on the board. It's a pretty good chance on yellows. He's got his free shot, which you can probably bump the yellow off the rail with. And now all the yellows are in open play, and he shouldn't have any problems.
So, just had a quick look at the results there, and Mark Boyle taking a 4-0 lead against Richie Oliver.
What stage of the tournament's that?
It's either the I think it's the semi.
Yeah.
And in the other half of this pro draw, in the other semi-final, Andy Blurton's got a 2-1 lead against Ronan McCarthy. Ronan just at the table now, so I think that's turned into a bit of a tactical frame. So anybody to guess who'd win that match?
Yeah, Andy's been playing brilliantly this week, and obviously Ronan's a seasoned campaigner and currently number 2 ranked professional. So
yeah. Yeah, I saw something posted on Facebook of a list of rankings from about 15 years ago, and Ronan was up there then.
Yeah.
You know, it's unbelievable, his longevity, and his really is a solid professional. Good shot from him.
He would have liked an extra few inches on that one. He's come up short again. You can take the longer pot, so you can take a pot to the top right corner, top left corner. Sorry, change of camera angles is full. No problem there.
I just run into the red here just to get back. No, I didn't need to. Just roll this through.
So as expected, no mistakes from Mark there. Used his free shot wisely, bumped off his only slightly tricky ball into open play, and it was fairly plain sailing from there.
Yeah.
So the early mistakes of the first 2 frames have market sort of gone. The last 4 have all been finished in one visit.
Yeah. Normal service resumed.
Yeah. So Clint's just popped out the room for a minute and go and pose himself ready for the second half of this match.
Little tactical break there, just
Yeah, I was just saying, he scratched off the brake, and it's very rare you see that happen with a cut brake. It's a bit more controllable, so you don't seem to lose the white as often.
So the operation of dismantling tables has started over there.
Yeah, the joys of the job for the table technicians. It's a lot of hard work put in by quite a few guys to set these arenas up and get it the tournament ready to go.
Yeah.
So I expect we'll still be here in I don't know, quite a few hours that time later tonight. Still putting it all away.
Yeah, I was just talking to the lighting, one of the lighting technicians. He's from Sussex area.
Yeah, he's from Eastbourne. Yeah.
Yeah, and he's going to be here till probably gone midnight, dismantling all this lighting equipment, and then he's got a nice 6-hour drive.
Yeah, I'm in a similar boat myself.
Yeah.
I've got probably a 4.5-hour drive after we finish packing up later tonight. So, can Mark keep the white on the table and get a ball off the break this time?
Yeah, that white's travelling up there, wasn't it?
He's gone very, very close to that same left corner pocket with every break. He's got a good split, but just that one problem on the left-hand side, reds or yellows, whichever way he chooses to go. I suspect he'd want yellows.
Yeah.
If he takes the yellow to the right middle and just drops it in, he'll leave an angle on the yellow to the left middle to probably disturb that yellow that's causing the problem. The only problem with that shot is there's a chance that you could go into it and knock the red further down the rail and the yellow will stay covered. But he needs to go into it at some point or manufacture a double. So because of saying what I did about him potting it off the left middle and nudging the red down the rail, he's going to use the right middle now, I think. Come off the bottom cushion with a bit of side and try and go into it off the bottom cushion, so you're cannoning the yellow up the table into open play.
Yeah.
That's,
yeah. He's going to take the one to the bottom right.
No, you can do it. It's the same shot
Yeah.
in terms of you're knocking the yellow up the table rather than down the table, and that's
Wasn't
that's unlucky for him.
Yeah, I think
he's okay.
Yeah.
He played a good shot there. A fraction thicker on that contact and it would have been perfect. But he now needs to pull out a very good pot. But he has got a shot on, so he's got a cut in the middle or a pot to the bottom left. Now, I'm not sure he can see the yellow by the red at the top of the table. He may be able to see it, but it might be too thin. So it's. I suspect it's the one to the middle pocket is going to be his choice, because it's a fairly natural positional shot. He can. Oh, he can see the one at the top of the table.
That's turned out okay. Suppose.
I think he can see through the gap of the yellow and the black to pop the yellow over the left middle, or he could drop the one by the black into the left middle. It's his choice from here. Tougher pot if he goes for the one by the black, so I suspect he'll take the yellow by the middle.
Yeah, that should offer him a choice, shouldn't it? If this white's going to come back down there.
It's a bit short on this one as well.
Didn't want that clip.
Yeah, he was playing. He's hit that quite. That's come off. He spotted that thicker than he wanted to because he was trying to miss that red and get on the yellow on the right hand side. So he's finished quite a long way from where he was playing there. He's still got a shot on. He's going to have to take the yellow by the black now.
Mark Farnsworth.
Yeah, visibly frustrated. Started using his key like a baseball bat after missing that. Not happy with himself, and he was a little bit unlucky when he played to Cannon to finish that out of position, but sort of seemed to recover the situation and then came up a bit short again. So he'll be very frustrated.
Great shot.
Yeah, that's a lot better shot than it looked as well. That was very, very good positional shot. So an opportunity for Clint that he sat in his chair he really wouldn't have expected.
I think here, if you can punch it off 2 cushions here and leave that one down the rail, then all he has to do is just roll that down the rail, which will give him position on the one to the right centre.
Yeah.
So it's just all about this shot now. Just no, he's chose to go the other way.
That probably suggests he's going to leave the one that's welded to the left rail as his last ball.
Yeah.
So if he can drop this in now, or he could still go either way, but he could drop this in now, take the red to the right centre, and come across with the red down the rail.
Yeah.
I quite like the shot, the route you said, but I suspect he would have preferred to do that as well, but felt the angle he had at the top wasn't ideal for that.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a nice shot.
The reason I thought he would go the other way around, so red to the right centre first, is that just with the angle he might be leaving on this red. No, I take that back. It should be fine if he just chops this in. He can pop the red and bump on and off the cushion for the black in the centre.
Yeah, we all see the game differently, and
yeah,
there's a few ways he could have gone about that finish.
Yeah, I think but importantly, you have to have a clear idea of what you want to do, which way you want to go.
I think our idea was better, and that's why we're sat in the commentary box.
Yeah, don't listen to us. No, just watch and learn. Mute us if you want.
Yeah. I'll talk you through it the best we can.
Yeah. But it is true, every player does see their patterns differently.
Yeah.
But as long as they are seeing clear patterns and they like, not just potting the obvious ball all the time.
So is that
it's 5-2, yeah. 5-2, but Mark's made a couple of mistakes that will annoy him. He probably feels he should be at least level in this match with the chances he's had. He'll also be a bit frustrated with probably thinks the run of the balls are going against him a fraction. Clint got very lucky in the 3 or 4 frames ago with leaving Mark no shot after a dry break.
So Clint with his cut break again.
He hit that one a lot better.
Yeah.
Oh, and he's come up dry.
Lucky. Yeah, a couple of reds threatened top right and left centre there, and just hit the jaw. And that's the fractions in this game. From winning a frame and losing a frame.
Yeah, so what do you think he's going to take here?
I think reds are more likely.
Yeah.
He's got a couple of little awkward area there near the left centre, but
yeah, I think that area probably clears itself okay. So I think the 2 reds, camera 3 just shows you that the 2 reds plant in the middle.
yes.
So and then the other one does go past the yellow once the other 2 are out the way. So
Yeah.
he doesn't really need to create any movement or any cannons. He can just, as long as he sees the route.
It's a big shot. Yeah, he can just screw inside those. That was a good shot.
He's played on the plant and he's come up an inch short again. He's been just short of position a few times so far in this match.
I think he can. Can he see the?
I think he's okay. I think he can just see enough of it, but it looks tight.
Yeah, I think now if he plays that plant, does he flick that yellow away from the red that it's stuck to?
If he does that, does it then go to the bottom left-hand pocket, or is the yellow that the white's nearly touching stop it from going to? Just trying to think what he could be on.
He chose to flick the red out, which is okay.
Yeah, if we
again.
can go back to camera 1, we can see he's actually finished perfectly there. He can just roll through, take the one to the left centre and roll through for the red into the bottom right.
Mm. Yeah, it imperative he leaves that straight, so
yeah,
he can roll through for his.
Yeah, he needs to be very straight on this next shot.
Cheers. Yeah.
Looks perfect from here.
Yeah, just leave himself a nice angle.
Oh.
A horrendous kick.
That was horrible.
Horrendous. I mean,
It's just taken all the pace out of the way. Absolutely killed it.
yeah. And now, because he's going to be cutting this so fine, he's got to put power into it, so the white's going to be running around a bit.
It's a thin cut, but there's still a shot on for him. And
Yeah.
there's nothing else in the top half of the table, so if he makes the cut, he should have a shot at the black.
Checking this up with a lot of side. That's a great. Yeah, it's a
Oh, he
great
could-
recovery.
It was okay. He could control it. I felt he may have been so thin he couldn't control it, but he's played that brilliantly.
Yeah.
It's a good finish from Mark. He's worked it out very well, and even didn't get too annoyed when he got a bad kick. Accepted it and made a great last shot onto the black. Was fantastic. Shot of the match so far, especially under pressure of being 5-2 down. It's a great shot.
Yeah. Just see Andy blurting over at the table at the moment. Get another update on those scores shortly. I think Andy Blurton and Ronan's games, from what I've seen, has been quite a tactical affair up to now.
That white was going not quite as close to the corner pocket as previous, but it's always every break it's gone that way.
Yeah.
But this time he'll be happy. He's got a good split this time.
Yeah.
There's no. He's got a little bit of work, but everything's got open pockets. Everything, there's a finish there.
Yeah, his only awkward one really. He can take up the rail and plant onto the other one. So
Yeah.
nothing too difficult. Might even play to stun behind that now. Now he's chose to move it, which is equally as effective.
Yeah, that it really does make it all the more easier now. He needs to be careful and get good position onto the red nearest the black and onto the right corner.
Yeah.
I don't know whether he can do it off this shot or not. He's tried.
Yeah, that's good.
A brilliant shot.
Yeah, he can just run this in now, can't he? And
Just shows for that it looked a very good chance. But even there was two balls that were awkward, but not terribly awkward. But he's gone straight after those two.
yeah, and
His two hardest balls first, and they're out the way.
yeah, just simplified the finish and
Made a finish that others may have made look tricky, look easier.
yeah, he's been so good at this, Mark Farnsworth. He can go behind in matches, and he's got that power to, to stay mentally strong and fight his way back in. I mean, I know he's come through a lot of close matches this weekend.
Yeah, we were saying it earlier in the weekend that he's been in a lot of close matches this season, and he's come through them.
Yeah, that's another good shot.
And that takes its toll, I guess, as the tournaments go on, the deeper and longer into the weekend you go.
Mm. Yeah, and just let the cue ball do the work here. Nice stun over to drop this black into the right centre. Take himself within one frame.
So back-to-back frames off the break have given Mark some momentum in the match, and we're close the gap to 5-4.
Yeah. Just going to see if we can get an update on those other scores.
Yeah. So another dry break from Clint. So far in this match, his break hasn't really worked for him. He's not quite getting. He's got a great split again, but he's not getting that sort of explosion that's getting balls flying to all pockets that we were sort of seeing with, Mark Boyle's gut break last night, and we saw from Clint in earlier rounds yesterday. Given Mark a very good opportunity to get back level.
Mark Boyle, Jason Hill and Jason Sutton, Brian Clark and Phil Coffey,
Yeah, I don't know if you could hear Bronwyn there just calling out the semi-final of the amateur draw. That was the game we were just giving you updates on with Mark Boyle. Richie Oliver finished 7-0 to Mr. Boyle. It just seems to get stronger and stronger. And he's just booked himself a semi-final against Jason Hill. And the other semi-final will be Ryan Clark and Phil Parkin. So we could have a repeat of the Mark Boyle and Ryan Clark.
Yeah, absolutely. So and
I can just tell you the other semi-final of this pro event, Andy Blurton's got a 4-2 advantage in that against Ronan McCarthy. So.
Okay. And, a minute ago we saw Mark play a clever little shot using the yellow over the pocket just to potted his ball off that, just to open it up for the red nearest the black. So he wants to try and get the white back to somewhere where it is now, or on the same line of where it is now. And very, very simple job of potting this red and black to go level. And that would be with 3 off the break. Clint's come up dry twice.
Yeah,
and Smart's had a break and finish in between. So
Smart's break next as well.
Yeah.
Be careful with that. I thought his shirt was a little bit close to this yellow down here, but
you see it with. I think it's very impressive with Mark, and you see it with a few other players, but you also see it. You can see with other players that don't have it that everything was going. It looked like everything was going against him in the early stages. You know, Clint was playing well, Clint was getting the chances, and there was one or two, you know, things that he would have felt didn't go well for him. You know, with the being snookered after the break, which is still not sure how that happens. But you know, and he's missed a couple of balls, but he's hung in there, and he's now had 3 chances on the trot, and he's taken them, and all of a sudden he's 5-5. I think in the hands of other players, they could be either match over or you know, on the edge of losing. It's quite impressive to see. You know, he's got great temperament.
Yeah, unbelievable. It was like granite. You know, he's yeah.
So for the first time in the match, Mark didn't nearly pop the white into the top left corner, and he nearly potted it into the right centre. So yeah, he's living dangerously with that cue ball off the break, but he's given himself another opportunity here.
Yeah, I think he'd like yellows here, but I
don't know whether he's got a yellow first ball, has he?
That's right, yeah. So he might be forced into taking reds here.
Reds are okay apart from one ball, and that ball isn't too bad because he's got a ball near it that he can either play on it. So the red directly below the white as it is now.
Yeah.
Is his awkward ball if he goes reds, but the red he's next to, he can get on that and then get on that red or move that red. Is how he sees it. So
yeah, you've changed my mind there.
Yeah,
I think reds do look.
I don't think he needs to push the boat out and go for anything extravagant on yellows. I think there's a finish there for reds.
Yeah.
He might even be able to play that red he's nearest to off the yellow into the middle to open up that pocket for the red. That is the problem. But it's far enough away from the rail, and it would have a bottom left pocket if he wants to, or potentially even left centre if his other red gets cleared first. So definitely think reds are the way.
Yeah. Yeah, if he takes this one into the top left, can he stun back down in between reds and leave himself options there? I don't know if he's got an angle or if he's too straight on it. But
now looks like he might be eyeing up a 3-ball plant, red onto yellow, and he's going to go yellows. Oh, not cushion first, then yellow.
Yeah.
Okay, so he does prefer yellows, which is... So his only really bad yellow is the yellow to the top right, but he should get perfect position onto it because there's a yellow next to the right middle as well, and he won't have to move. If he finishes straight, he won't have to move anywhere because of the yellow in the middle of the table. So it looks a bad yellow, but he should make light work of it.
Might just use the red to stop this. No, he didn't. No, he didn't get hold of that red. That's what he was trying to do. He was trying to come off the cushion and just use that red to stop it exactly where he wanted it, and he's come off it thin. And
I don't know if he's total snooker, but he certainly can't see enough of the yellow to pot it, and he knows he's nowhere really here. To be honest, you know, we're maybe nitpicking, but this is semi-finals of a professional event, and you know, he'll be very, very disappointed with that. You'd have thought that was a fairly routine shot for him. Yeah.
I don't think I've seen a match with Mark where he's made so many sort of unforced errors like this. Well, we are at 5 apiece in the semi-final.
Yeah, 5 apiece, but the momentum's all with him as well. It's amazing how quickly it can then change again.
Yeah. Both players 3 frames away from booking themselves in the final. Do they feel pressure?
I hope so, because I do when I'm playing.
Yeah. I can't really tell off that angle, but No, it doesn't pass the. I was just thinking whether it passed the red, so he could play the one into the right centre, but I don't think he can.
I'm not entirely sure what he's looking at here. I don't see what he can. He's seeing something I'm not. That's for certain.
Yeah. In this situation, he's looking for a way of kicking off a cushion and giving himself a chance of potting something, but it's very difficult.
Yeah.
Position.
Or, and if he can't do that, he'll look for. Can he get the white to an area of the table that would leave Clint a very tricky start, or give him some hope or control, or maybe mess the reds up in some way? But it's not obvious to see how he can do any of the above.
Yeah. Yeah, the difference between Blackball and World Rules in this situation, you'd be looking to put something safe, a deliberate foul, but obviously we can't do that. We tried the double, but that's
a good shot.
Clever,
He's left the white in a position where Clint's first ball is going to be tricky. So he did find that safe place. I didn't realise he could see that yellow so straight.
Yeah.
I thought he could only see the edge of it.
Yeah, from our angle, it didn't look like he could see much of it. Yeah. So he's left. He's put the pressure on Clint on this shot. This is a big shot.
Oh, that's brilliant.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
Can he cut that back? I think he might be able to cut that back. The white's going to be a bit out of control, but I think he can see enough. Yeah, he's got quite a lot of gap there. He's not looking at that. Or is he looking at the angle the white's going to come off at? I think it'd be very thin, wouldn't it, if he did try the cut back. He's gonna, if he plays this thin, he's just gonna have no control over the keeper whatsoever. So it's a sort of a do or die shot, really. But I think a shot that he's going to be forced into, really, because
he's just had a look at Clint and said something, and I think he might have said he feels forced into taking this on. I'm not sure.
I've seen a shot where he could play the reverse double and send the white down roughly where he left Clint before.
Yeah.
You know, and then at least if the ball drops, then he's got a shot to the middle. If it hangs over the bag, he's going to cover the top left area. So I think I'd be tempted to play that sort of shot. As Bronwyn Ward just leaving the building. Excellent service from Bronwyn. Yeah.
And that's come out like a dream for him.
He could not have asked for it ever so well, could he?
He's made the cut as you said he could, and also made another ball. Finished a plum on another ball, and with easy position on the next ball, and the black's hanging. So that's the black does pass the red to the left, bottom left. So looks tight on that camera angle, but Mark was behind it and put his hand up to sort of apologise, to say he's had a little touch that it's come out so plumb. But it was the pot deserved it. It was a great shot.
Yeah. Screwing that back. Yeah.
Well, maybe it didn't then, but either way, he's got a fairly routine black to go in the lead.
Yeah. He's played some really good stuff, Mark. So how is it from being 5-2 down? Was he?
Yeah, he was 5-2 down, and he's he's played some. He's made probably three or four errors that you don't really expect from Mark, but he's also not let that affect him, and played some great shots as well, and had a couple of really good finishes to get back in this match.
Mm.
So it's now Clint's turn to respond.
Yeah, and this break's massive now because if he does come up dry and gives Mark a chance, the way Mark's playing, he wants to keep him off the hill, really. So this break is huge, and he took a little bit off that, and
his break's not working for him in this match. I'm not sure if he's made a ball off the break. Has he made one ball off the break, I think, in the match?
I don't know.
So I think did he not? I think he might have had a break finish in one of the earlier frames, but other than that, certainly the last 3 or 4 have come up dry.
Yeah, earlier on he was winning frames off Mark's mistakes, wasn't he?
Yeah, I think one of his frames was where he snookered Mark. He came up dry and snookered him on all 14 balls with the black and the jaws, which is very bizarre. He may not have, and then he dished off the next visit. So he may not have had a ball off the break in a match. I can't remember. But
well, I don't think he was going for the red, was he? I think he was going for the yellow, but
well, he hit the red first. He was trying to cut the red. I don't know if he's trying to make both.
Mm.
But reds are his colour, and he's got a tricky finish on. There's plenty of work here.
Yeah, he can play this to the bottom left and develop the other one that it's next to. Like I say, the one up near the black and the one on the bottom rail are going to be tricky. I think the one on the bottom rail does pass the yellow over the pocket.
Yeah, I think it does.
So yeah, he's played that.
But he still needs to come down and get on it at some point. And obviously he's got the 2 reds, or the red nearest the black. Those yellows are making it awkward. So yeah, there's plenty of work here. And it was good cannon, but he's finished awkward as well. So he's actually not got. He may have a decent angle to pot the red, in the middle of the table and go up towards the yellow and red together. But he would be hampered queuing.
Mm.
It may be a fraction thin. Difficult to tell.
Both players looking rather relaxed considering the importance of this.
Wants to avoid the yellow.
Yeah, he's not.
That's a brilliant shot. To be honest, that really is really well controlled. So he's played on this bottom one.
Now he's in a great position. He could, if he chooses to, he can play this one along the bottom rail and take his white back up to the bulk line to play that one up and to the top right, I think. Sorry, top left.
It'd be interesting, can he pop one to the top left without moving the yellow? Does it go from... Is there a place he can get to pop that? It may not go.
That's not too bad. Yeah.
Does it go from where he is now?
Does the black pass the yellow into the opposite corner? That's
Possibly.
because that'll make it easy if it did. Times like this we could do with one of those overhead cameras,
Yeah.
Dave.
Yeah. Well, camera 3 shows...
More expense.
Camera 3, although it's a nice view of Mark's sponsor's logo, but camera 3 shows that red that we're talking about up to the top left. And
Yeah.
it's tight. It's very difficult to see how he gets on that, or if he can get on that.
I think he can. From the position he's in, it looks like he could just play that in and just leave the white where it is.
I think if that was the case, I think he'd have played it already, if I'm honest. I think because it's fairly natural to just drop that in, and he's got the two reds in the middle of the table, and anywhere in the middle of the table, and the black cuts in. So I'm guessing he can't. He thinks he can't from where he is now. It does look very, very tight.
Yeah.
So I think he might be leaving it for last ball. So maybe he thinks there is a spot that he can play it from. But he's going to get a referee because he knows this is going to be very, very tight.
Yeah.
So I don't know whether... I thought he might play the one in the middle of the table first and then play this one. But the black probably doesn't go to the top right, so he needs to play it now.
Yeah, I don't know how he's going to get his...
I think he's going to screw off the yellow and try and get the white back somewhere where it is now.
Yeah.
That's what he wants to do.
I don't think that shot's on, to be honest. I think the yellow just below is in the way of that, to come back out. But he might try and slide off it and come on the left-hand side of that final red. I don't know.
I'm a little surprised he doesn't take the one in the middle of the table first and then play it, because he would still screw back for the black off it, I think.
Yeah. I think he needs to help this in with a bit of bottom left-hand side. Now he's twitched in between.
But if he needs to play it with some side, then he would snooker himself for the final red. So yeah, he's going to play this one first and then come back up for it. Oh, he's come up really short. I think he's too short, is he? Camera 3. Oh, he's definitely short, yeah. He needed another inch on that. So he's now going to have to swerve it as well, I think. Yeah, swerving this is just adding to the difficulty.
I think he might just try and cover this bag, I don't know. Because he's not going to get any position on the black.
That's a really good lead for him, though.
Oh, God. Well, they say having that better luck, it's swings and roundabouts, because he had a bit of his own bad luck, so...
Yeah. I think he probably knew that he was going to struggle to get on that. I think by calling the referee over, he knew it was always going to be a tough one.
Good shot.
Mel. So he's called Mel back over because he knows he's going to be playing this, and it's going to be he's going to be tight to hitting yellow again.
Oh, is he looking at?
Yeah, I thought he was just going to come one cushion and try and weld during just rest onto the red. He has had a quick look at coming across the other way and maybe potentially potting the red.
Yeah, I think that's why he was calling Mal over, just because it's going to be tight between what he hits first, the yellow or red.
I wonder, can he play this 2 cushions and try and rest on the red rather than 1 cushion?
Yeah, I think the jaw might be in the way.
Yeah, I think you might be right.
Just shaved off that. He's got a snooker back. That's a great shot.
Yeah, Mel was right on hand, so didn't look like it on the screen, but I'm sure it did because Mel was right on the spot. That's a great shot from Mark.
I think it's quite easy for Clint to get out of it and to lay another one back.
Question is, do you risk trying to do? Would you come off 1 cushion and just rest on the yellow, or would you try and do more with it and come down the table?
Yeah, I just
Get the
think
snooker
keep
back.
it simple. Yeah, just like
Yeah,
that.
there we go. That's a good shot. No, he hasn't. He's left the gap. There's a gap here.
I don't think he can get enough on it though. I think it's too thin to pop the ball.
I think he can definitely see the red.
Yeah,
Mel's looking. He hasn't called for total snooker, so Mel hasn't been called in to call whether this is a total or not. So I think Mark thinks he can hit this red. When Mark moves, I'm right behind this shot, and a quick glance, I think he can. I think he can pop this.
me and Simon just doing our meerkat impression.
Yeah. I think he can pop this. That's it. No, he couldn't pot it, but he could hit it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So now I think Clint will be looking to get this white somewhere down the bottom end of the table.
Yeah, he's got to be really careful though with that red now over the pocket and a black in close proximity. He needs to make sure that if he goes for a snooker, it's a good one, because Mark will find a way. And if he hits the red, there's every chance that he will pot it and be on the black. So
Yeah.
it's not simple this for Clint by any stretch. He may choose to pot one of the ones at the bottom of the table, maybe the long plant, and then he might be able to get a better snooker from closer to the work at the bottom of the table.
Yeah. I think, he can either play that or the yellow just to the left of the black spot. If you can just play that, basically. No, you're thinking,
Yeah, I think he's probably worried that if he just leaves the white somewhere near the triangle area,
that's right.
you're leaving 1 cushion potentially. Either left, if he goes too far left, he might be able to put it on the narrow rail, but there's a gap past that yellow, which is what he's looking at now. Or if he leaves it in somewhere near the triangle, he may leave 1 cushion the other way off the right hand side. So he's in a tough spot here. Find the safe area. I think he might be taking the pot on.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
clever that, because he's not a total snooker.
Yeah, it's really, really clever. I definitely would never have thought of that shot. That's by leaving it close to that left-hand rail, Mark can see it, but he can't use the left-hand rail to pot it because he's coming from too narrow an angle, and he's used the yellow in the middle of the table to stop him coming 1 cushion off the right-hand side. So that was a really, really clever shot from Clint.
Yeah.
That took quite a bit of working out, and I was very, very impressed with that.
Yeah, and then doing so now, because he's not total snookered, he could actually potentially move this red and open that bag up. So It's got a double-edged.
Well, Mark is he's trying to pot it. He could just come off. He could just roll up to it, but he's going to try and pot this off 2 cushions.
Oh, that's a great effort. That is a great effort.
Oh,
okay.
That really is a great effort. And it's even more over the pocket now, which makes it even harder. So Clint can't put the white in a similar position because the red will be able to pot.
Yeah.
So he's in a worse spot than he was last time. It wouldn't surprise me. It depends how close to the pocket that red is. He may go for the finish here.
Yeah, I was just about to say if he plays the either the plant or the one over the bag to make sure he gets the pot. That's
pretty good.
That's
Yeah,
good.
that's very good. He needed the yellow that he was playing to stay in the way of hitting that 1 cushion. This is a harder shot for Mark than it was previously.
Yeah,
Yeah, this is
very difficult to.
We just had a bit of punditry from producer Dave, and he's saying, how about the knuckles on the left-hand side? The gap at the top of the table is very, very narrow. But when you're close to the rail, when you play the knuckles, it sometimes hugs the rail up the cushion. So that shot probably is on.
Yeah, or the knuckles from the top right.
Yeah, that might be on as well.
Dave's been watching too much pool.
Yeah.
He's becoming an expert. He's probably watched more than us.
That's for certain.
No, I don't think that shot's on. What he's looking at there.
Yeah, it's tough from here.
He's looking at those knuckles up there.
Do you think?
Sure he is.
Do you think there's a treble on? Do you think he can go left-hand rail, right-hand rail? Or do you think it would?
I think the middle pockets in
Little
the
pockets
way.
in the way, yeah. Is he now looking at the top rails, the top jaws, like you suggested?
Yeah, I think that's what he's looking at.
I think that is his shot. So I think there's more chance of him hitting the black than the red coming from here. Oh, what a shot! Oh, wow! Oh, wow! What a great shot! That's so unlucky.
Especially if that black passes. Sorry, he'd have had perfect position on it.
That's
That's
2
a
great
great
escapes
effort.
he's played there. I'll tell you what, Mark, last 3, that escape from the first snooker was good. But the last 2 have been very, very impressive. And that one, wow.
Yeah,
Absolutely wow.
We're being treated to a great display of both sides of the, one snooker and one, getting out.
Yeah.
That was a great shot.
So now Clint's on this one. Is he now thinking about being more aggressive and going for the going game? He needs a good angle on the one nearest the middle or a player skill shot of some sort. Oh, I didn't. Yeah. He tried to play a big pocket double.
Yeah.
And it didn't quite make.
Yeah, it was an aggressive shot, and for me, he was in control of that frame where that.
The way the frame was going, you felt that Mark was going to make it off a couple of cushions sooner rather than later, and he was running out of blockers. I don't mind the shot choice. I don't mind it too much. It depends how big a bag it was. Yeah, obviously it looks bad because it hasn't gone in, but he's trying to win the frame there. So if he makes it, he wins the frame.
Great shot.
Yeah, really well controlled shot from Mark.
Wasn't easy queuing over that. So
yeah, those 2 or 3 great shots he played to get out snookers there of one in that frame.
Yeah. So that takes Mark to the hill, and I think that's 5 straight frames on the bounce for Mark.
Yeah, and with both players leaving the room, is this a good opportunity to get some score updates?
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Yeah, Andrew's just going to go and get some score updates, and we'll give you those when he's back. We'll pick up commentary then.
So, just while the players are out of the arena, I'll just give you an update on the scores from the other matches going on in the other semi-final of this event between Andy Blurton and Ronan McCarthy. Ronan's was 4-2 behind, and now it's all locked in at 5 each, so tight semi-final going on there. In the two semi-final amateur matches, shock horror, Mark Boyle's behind to Jason Hill 3-1, and Ryan Clark is in front of Phil Parkin 3 frames to 1 in that one. So still relatively early days in those matches, but yeah.
So have you just updated the scores?
Yeah, I was just saying, Andy Blight and Ronan McCarthy 5 each.
It's now 6-5 to Ronan. I've now gone and got some technology to help us with scores, save you doing a lap every time you want to find that.
Okay.
So we've got the updated scores.
Yeah.
So that match is in a similar position to this one. So I would imagine it will be the next match on the stream, and it may not be too long a gap in between. Sometimes when you get to this stage of the tournament, you have to wait for the second semi to finish, but it may only be a 5 to 10 minute gap between the semi-final to final, so which is good for all the viewers who are sat there enjoying the afternoon coverage.
Yeah, I think the timing of it's not the best, because Tottenham Hotspur are playing Manchester United. But,
not something I'm too worried about.
No,
Football season's over.
Yeah.
So back to the right middle and left middle. Hasn't stayed out, but he's come up dry. So
Yeah, I'd love to have killed this match off.
There's a lot of people out there that play Paul and would think 7-5 up. He's got 3 bites at the cherry to win this match, but the way these guys play, the level they play at, at dry break, next time he touches the table, it could be 7-all. So that's why he was so frustrated with the dry break there. Doesn't want to give Clint any opportunity to get momentum going.
Yeah. Clint hasn't done a great deal wrong to find himself 7-5 down. He started the match really well. Kept Mark off the table. Capitalised on his mistakes.
Yeah, just thinking, fast forwarding through this, the black may become a problem.
I think he's going to move it out with a shot.
If we look at camera 2, we can see.
I think he's going to try and bump it out with a shot.
Yeah, great shot. Yeah, so he's seeing all the way through to the end of the finish. Moves to black, so he's now got one problem at the top of the table. Can he get to that now? Probably not. If he wasn't hampered queuing, I think he would. But the red yellow at the top of the table, they need to be moved. So interesting. I don't know if the two in the middle of the table, if either of those go to the top left. Camera 3, it's difficult to tell. I think the outside one probably goes, maybe not the inside one.
Yeah, I think he's going to try and move it with this shot now.
So he's going to try and move the one at the top of the table.
No. Wants that to slow up.
He's okay.
Yeah,
He's
just
okay.
about.
Yeah, he's trying to really punch that in, like a bit like the first shot he played, where he tried to punch in to widen the angle to nudge the black. It was the same thing there. The natural angle of the shot he just played was quite straight, and he's tried to really try and widen it.
Ooh, that just crept in.
So
We got another chance
if we
now.
look at camera 3 again, has he got an angle? It looks just off both ways. I think the right hand one, he's going to go close to cannoning the red that's just below those two, and I think the left hand one's taking him across to the side rail. So he needs to play a really good shot here to get to that yellow.
Yeah, I think I'd have liked to have. Well, I mean, he did try and develop that earlier on, but I think he's going to be forced into leaving it to his last, the penultimate ball to try and develop.
I think he's looking at playing the yellow on the right of the two, cannoning the red that's loose, and and that going into them. I think, but I think it's a tough shot. You've got to get a really precise cannon. I wonder whether he can get to it from the right hand, the left hand of the two yellows, off one cushion, with a bit of top and right hand side. The problem with playing it that way is he could stick on that yellow and leave himself a very tricky next shot. But
Yeah.
he should have a shot down the table.
Yeah, he doesn't need to make a lot of contact on it, does he, to separate them?
Yeah.
Just a glance off it really would do it, but so big shot. Oh, he's well. If he's touching it, he's really unlucky.
Yeah, he's just flicked the inside red, which has nudged it slightly closer to the red he was playing. He was able to stay inside that red. That was a really, really well played shot. And if he's got no shot on, he's very, very unlucky. I think he might be touching ball, because he looked at Mark and said something, so I'm assuming he said touching ball. Doesn't help him too much, other than it makes it easier if he can find a spot on the table that's safe.
I think, it's a very difficult shot, but he can play the one into the left centre, come down right really close to the bottom right pocket, maybe come back up, but I don't know. Or is he?
I think you're right. I think he can definitely pot it. He can definitely pot the yellow in the middle of the table to the left centre, but it doesn't look like he's looked at it yet. I mean, he's unlikely. It's going to be difficult for him to get good position, but
he could play that. Play that with a trace of side, and come just to the left of the bottom right knuckle, and then flick off two cushions and go back up the other side of the table and take the yellow into the other. It's an extremely difficult shot, but
I think he might be going really close to the red rather than that wide. I don't know, because it looks like he's looking for the bottom right pocket.
yeah, he did, yeah.
Definitely looks like, but that looks like it it might be tight to see that pulling angle, and the positional play on that is incredibly tough. So maybe he's not touching in terms of, maybe he thinks he can. I don't know, Mark had to walk around to have a look as well.
I like Mark in these situations. He's not looking at the table. He's looking at Clint's body language.
Yeah, just
Yeah.
Mel. It's just it's obviously not touching in terms of they're called Mel over, so he's going to play the yellow at the top. So I think Clint thinks he can cut this in. So he's going to be hitting this 100 mile an hour. I think that's what he's. I don't think he's. I'll be so surprised if he's just going to brush off it and play some sort of safety. I think he must be thinking of cutting this in.
Yeah. I don't think he's even looked at playing it into the left centre.
No, I don't either. He seems to have looked at the bottom right and cutting this in, and you know.
Maybe it's just because he's going to be careering into the red down here, and leave himself no shot.
But he could play it with a lot of pace, and he might leave himself some sort of shot on the yellow from distance. No, just the way he's queuing up at this, it looks like he's playing it safe. I think he might be playing a safety. I can't tell. Oh, he could. He could cut it in.
Oh, look where his little white's landed.
Oh,
that is so unlucky. And
that's horrible.
And he's covered the black bag as well.
He's Chinese snooker and covered the black. So even if he makes an incredible pot from a Chinese, that's really unlucky.
So the only thing he can do is try and drop this in and play the cross double. That's just, you know, he's 1,000 to 1 to make this.
I mean, yeah. I think 1,000 to 1's a fairly good shout. I mean,
that's the only opportunity he's got, really.
I think he's more likely to do that than he is to try and do anything funky with the white. Just make the pot.
I think this will go close because he's quite adept at this. Adept at these. Oh, yeah. He's trying to power it in, but
very unlucky there. He was unlucky both shots. Then he played a great shot to get the cannon, and then to weld himself on it and take away his control. But still being able to pot it, he was very unlucky.
I think he's going to be snookered again here. I don't think Mark will be going for these.
You could bump the one along the top rail and snooker him.
Yeah, exactly.
Developing an awkward ball as well as getting the snooker.
Yeah. Yeah. I expect Clint to get out of this snooker, but
yeah, I think all Clint can do is try and hit it solid and hope to make something happen. There's no control off the shot. Just try and catch it solid and hope to make it something happen here. He has. He's gone for it.
Oh dear.
Wow. And that's gone doubly horrible because the yellow's gone to the middle of the top rail as well.
So I don't think he'd be worried about that because I can't see him coming back to the table now. Yeah. Mark's just going to move that bad one near the right centre, and he's got no problems really around the table. So huge chance now for Mark to book his place in his second professional final in a row.
Yeah, obviously he won it in Cardiff a couple of months ago.
Yeah. But he deserves everything he gets, doesn't he? You know, he's such a solid match player. You know, when his back's against the wall, he finds it.
Yeah, and it wasn't so long ago in this match he was 5-2 down, and it was looking like it was a struggle, making a couple of mistakes. Yeah, match really has just turned around on him, on Clint, and Mark looks like running away with a 8-5 win.
Yeah, and like you say, he's got that. You know, he can go with these in a number of ways, but he's always got that insurance of that yellow up there. So
yeah, that's it. I mean, even if Clint's yellow had stayed over a pocket or something along those lines, it could have put pressure on Mark through for the finish, just to give Clint some hope. But with the yellow finishing there, it's
yeah.
another roll, and Clint may have been coming back to the table, but he's okay.
Yeah.
He's going to have to play this next shot with a rest.
Yeah, and this isn't ideal. He's got a big margin for error. He can, he can screw it as well. He can screw it up to the top cushion really, and still have a shot. But ideally, he'd like to be somewhere just near the middle bag. He's screwed out that way.
Yeah,
so
he's played that lovely, absolutely perfect now.
Mm-hmm.
He could go either way and either come around two cushions, or might even be able to check it up. Two cushions.
Yeah, a simple run off the cushion now. Good. And that is all she wrote. And well played, Mark Farnsworth. Unlucky Clint Hansen.
Yeah, that was some great pull in that, a few mistakes, and also some nudges both ways, creating tension for us there. So great match for us to watch. So Mark goes into the final. He will play the winner of Andy Blurton and Rona McCarthy. And last we saw, it was 6-5 to Andy Blurton. So that's probably...
Was it 6-5 to McCarthy?
Was it 6-5 to McCarthy? I can't remember.
8-5, so...
It's 6. Just check the scores now. It's 6-6 to... no, it's a 6-6 tie. So yeah, they're playing a race to 3 to join Mark in the final, and we will pick up commentary as soon as that match is put on, the final, that is, which will be, depending on the timing of that last match, but probably 20 minutes or so, at a guess. Yeah. So we'll join you then.
Okay, welcome everyone to the final here at the Bradford Hotel of the professional event, and what a great final it promises to be between two superb players.
Sorry, I'm not getting any sound from you, Scott. Okay, just put the. Is it switched off?
You're on mic 2, remember?
Yeah. Just give it a tap.
Well, welcome to the final here at the Bradford Hotel of the JLEC professional event between two of the finest IPA players around. And first of all, in his debut final, it's Andy Blurton. Andy, Friday night you were awarded the Most Improved Player of the Year award, and you're justifying that today.
I am, yeah. The form's been great this weekend. Had a great battle with Mark yesterday. He beat me 7-6, so hopefully we'll have a similar match today in this one.
So what do you put the form down to? Is it just confidence, or have you been practicing more?
The form's been good coming into the tournament, so I felt good all weekend, and the results have shown it. Yeah.
And what would it mean to you to win your first IPA professional event?
Yeah, I mean everything, be a great achievement, especially first year as a pro. To win one would be superb, yeah.
But you're in for a tough battle against the pro number one.
I know, it's always tough against Mark. I have to play something special to be seen.
Okay, well played so far, Andy, and good luck in the final. Andy Blurton. And his opponent, yet again in another final, it's Mark Farnsworth. Mark, I really am running out of questions to ask you. The form just continues.
Yeah, been a pretty tough day today. Just grinded some results out. Disappointing last night getting beaten in the semi-final of the Open, but just keep battling. Hopefully do alright in the final.
So you won the professional event over in Cardiff, and now in the final again. Are you looking for a clean sweep this year?
Well, one stage at a time, but I'd be delighted. Yeah, obviously it's a tough field. Had some really hard matches. Just managed to have a bit luck in important times as well, and took a couple of good finishes out, so hopefully it continues.
And final against Andy Blurton, have you played him in a final or major events before?
I played him yesterday in the first round of the Open. He's obviously improved loads. He's a very good player, nice lad as well, so hopefully I can do the business. So.
Okay, well, play well in the final, Mark Farnsworth in yet another final. And then let's introduce the man in the middle. It's Scott McMillan. Okay, well, settle back and relax. Should be a great match, best of 15. So I'll hand you over to the commentary box.
Good afternoon again. Andrew McKee, your commentator for this match. Between two very solid professionals on the IPA tour. I think Andy Blurton there just winning the WAG. Scott McMillan, a change to our stalwart referee, Mel Harley. Scott's getting a run out. So, just going to be joined in the com box by compadre Simon Webb.
Right, how do you see this match going?
Well, I mean, I expect it to be a close game. I don't think either player will run away with this. Certainly I don't think Andy will run away with it. I don't think Mark will let him. And I think it's going to be all down to the breaks, and the key, like any final, is just that little bit of luck at the right time, and the kisses and cannons go right.
Do you think the fact that it's Andy's first professional final, it will have an effect on on the match, on his, obviously his nerves will be up a bit more on edge. I mean, he's won a couple of amateur events and been close in the Open. I think he's made at least a quarter. He may have made a semi in the Open event as well.
Yeah.
But obviously this is the next step for him.
Yeah, there's a booming break there. I just think I don't think it phases Andy. He's been on the scene a long time. He's been in a lot of pressure situations. He comes from arguably one of the best pool playing areas in the country, in Stoke-on-Trent, where several talented players have come out of Stoke-on-Trent. So he's used to playing with the big boys.
Yeah. I was chatting to Neil Rayburn before the match started, and he was saying that he's been practicing with Andy a lot. Obviously, they're very good friends. And he's in the crowd watching this match as well. He said he's been practicing a lot with Andy lately, and Andy's been playing absolutely phenomenal pool, breaking massive, and it just looks razor sharp. So, yeah, he thinks that it could be Andy's time.
Yeah.
He sort of also mentioned his temperament. He said nothing phases him, as you just said. He's you don't see too much emotion out of him. He's a really nice guy off the table as well.
Yeah. Well, at the quarter-final stage, I think he played Rob Donkin in the quarter-final, and me and Kev just had a quick look at the draw and both picked out who we think could go on and win this.
Yeah.
And Kev went with the outsider of Rob Donkin, and
Yeah.
I went with Andy. So
And neither of you went with Ronan, who was the second seed in the draw.
Yeah. I'd expect Mark to win this, obviously, because he's been here and done it, but I don't think he'll get this. It won't get this easy.
That's a good shot from Andy. He can now go up the table for the tricky red at the top.
Yeah.
I think it'll be close. I think it's going to go down within a couple of frames. I think we're in for a bit of a tense battle towards the back end.
Yeah. That's just about.
Be interesting to see whether he has to do anything with the white here. Whether if he can just drop this in and he's okay, or if he has to screw this back with much pace.
Yeah.
I think he's got to screw back but not too much. Yeah, just a fraction.
Yeah, that's a nice shot.
A real nice pace to play that shot at. He could probably screw across the face of the black for the black in the same pocket, but it's probably not worth the risk, so just drop this in and take the black to the opposite corner.
Yeah, he's left himself a tricky black, but
Yeah,
one that I expect him to make.
just made that off the wrong side of the pocket. If he hit centre pocket, then he'd be 3 or 4 inches off the cushion. Make this black easier.
No. And there's early signs. He just left himself a bit awkward on that black, and
Yeah, just finishing on that cushion just made that black missable. Didn't expect him to miss it, I have to say. But yeah.
he's not going to get many chances in this match, and chances like that he's got to be taking.
Yeah.
Do we know? I think both of the amateur.
Yeah, so I just had a look, and Mark Boyle continues his fine form. He's in the amateur final, just beaten Jason Hill, and he's playing Phil Parkin in the final.
Right, so it's not a repeat.
Unfortunately for the, I don't know for certain, but I'm just chatting with the top table team. That match will be put on one of the outside tables. We would love to bring it to you, but the scheduling just doesn't allow it, unfortunately. So
Yeah.
it's a real shame, and I know a lot of you want to watch that match, but unfortunately, there's nothing we can do.
Yeah.
So that the yellow just below the right middle pocket is his biggest problem. Do you think he'll play on it to just drop it in the middle? It's a tricky shot, but if he finished straight behind it, you'd expect him to make it, or he could play a double on it.
Yeah, it's an easy double from there.
He may drop this one in, and then he could use the yellow nearest the lowest part of the table to come and cannon it out up the table. But I just think it's overcomplicating it. He doesn't really need to.
Yeah.
If he got behind it, he wouldn't. I don't think he'd miss it. So.
In fact, he could play this one into the right centre now, leave the white where it is, play the yellow into the bottom left, and use that to develop that one, just like that. And then he's going to hold for the yellow into the left centre.
Yeah, it's quite controlled. It's quite a controlled shot. Yeah, saw a couple of times yesterday a player had a similar situation to this, and both times they cannoned the ball thin and made the pot harder, and actually didn't make it any better.
Has it just come far enough that?
He's happy with it, so it must have come. He's just okay. That was so close to going wrong, but he's okay.
Yeah, perfect. And capitalised on Andy's early mistake there. Takes a 1 frame lead.
So, will that mistake play on Andy's mind? Mark's going to want to really punish that, and sometimes it's, a break dish now already. Andy would have he would have been, so close to going 1-0 up, and he'd be 2-0 down. So it really can. He could ramp up the pressure here, especially with it being Andy's first pro final.
Yeah.
A break finish here could be huge. Where of course, if he comes up dry and Andy gets another chance, and which he takes, and all of a sudden that first mistake's probably forgotten. So I think quite a big break. It's early in the match, but he can put some pressure on here.
That white veering towards the is it
Last ball rolling.
Lucky.
Oh
No. Yeah.
So Andy gets a chance to respond to his mistake from the previous frame.
Yeah, he's got to take yellows. There's a few tricky balls, but
I think he can see the yellow second out from the pocket to play a 2-ball plant. He may, obviously, he can see the one over the pocket, but he's not going to play that one. I think he may be able to play the yellow in the open as a plant.
Yeah, he's looking at that ball to make a 3-ball plant.
Yeah, he doesn't want to make. It's a danger when he plays this shot that the yellow second out from the pocket could go towards the red and leave that awkward.
Yeah.
So he's taking a harder pot on because it gains better position. Yeah, he's played that nicely.
Oh, just thought he was going to flick off that red. Been there the scratching. I think this ball looks the third one out from the bottom right. He could play
just
the
above
3-ball plant.
Yeah, just above the red.
Yeah, and the red will flick away.
Yeah,
from the pocket.
Yeah, that's definitely a good option.
He's looking at the other one now.
Yeah, he's looking at the yellow, onto the yellow, off the red. It's some sort of four-ball combination going on here. I think he's looking at now.
Yeah. No, and he's opened it right up for reds as well.
Yeah, it couldn't have come out any worse for Andy, unfortunately.
Yeah, he's got Mark's bad ball out,
and he's finished on one of the ones at the top of the. Although it looks like on the on the screen that red he's nearest to goes to the top right, but Mark's just pulling a face like this might be quite tight. Looks like it's a big pocket, but I guess if it's a big pocket then, and he does use the red when he pots his next shot, he's going to nudge the red away from the pocket and he's not going to be on good next ball. Yeah. Maybe that's what he's thinking. He wants to pot this clean and not use the red.
Yeah.
Well, he hasn't. Oh, he's used it. He's purposely used it more.
Yeah.
So that it came out his way. It was good. Good shot. That. If he'd just played that along the top rail and it had flicked the red, that red would have just gone down the rail.
Yeah.
So he's played it in such a way that the red's come
Back
on
out,
and off the
yeah.
cushion. That was actually really well controlled.
That's, just think he'll try and come back down the table here for this one nearest to the bottom left.
Yeah. That's certainly the awkward part of the table for him, isn't it? So
he's giving himself options here. He can just stun that one into the top left now.
yeah, camera 2 shows that those two balls are fairly straight for a plant, or probably shows he can come down low and pop the one nearest the pocket first if he wanted to. So it's which way he sees it with those two at the bottom, but they're not too bad there.
Yeah.
So he's got the red nearest the yellow, which it looks like he might take next. Get that one out of the way, and then come back down to the area of the table we were just looking at. Yeah, so he's...
Yeah, he might even choose to stun this and
cannon the yellow.
Yeah.
So take the highest red and cannon the yellow that's sort of just below it, below the second red in the triangle. Leave himself a plant.
Wants to hit it full, doesn't he? You know, he doesn't want to glance off it either side. He's got to be a full contact.
Of course, he doesn't have to play that cannon. He could go through and go beyond it.
Oh. Is he?
I think he's... he may have to play a little swerve shot now.
Yeah.
He didn't want that cannon.
No, not at all. It was a pretty poor shot, really, from Mark's standards. Yeah, I think he wanted to come...
I think if he has to swerve this, then it takes all the control of the position away, and he's not guaranteed to be on his next ball. Yeah. So he's got a real problem here. If he can pot it clean without swerving it, it's okay.
Yeah.
Because he can just drop it in. But he's having to swerve this. He needs to sort of swerve it and screw it as well, which makes this tough.
Yeah, well, there's nothing really could... like you say, his white was guaranteed to run away there, so...
Yeah.
And it was really tough for him to... well, a few rolls further, he'd have had the red to the bottom left, but... yeah, now he's sniggered himself. The amateur final between Mark Boyle and Phil Parkin, I think it's underway.
That was a great shot from Mark. He's played an absolute gem there to get himself back in perfect shape, and that will be a bit of a heartbreaking shot for Andy. He thought he was going to get back to the table in this frame.
Yeah. Houdini trick that was. And screws in between the balls. Powers of recovery of these top professionals really are outstanding.
So he managed to get himself out of jail and really punish Andy, who's now made a mistake in both frames. Both cost him the frame. I'm not sure the amateur final's quite kicked off yet.
No, just
discussed
yeah.
it. I'm just going to pop to the top table and just double check that what's happening with that.
Okay. Yeah. Not sure whether. I don't think they'll be waiting for this match to finish to come on the stream table. So, Andy to break using the traditional white in the middle. Plenty of power. Made a ball. Plenty of those cheese and bacon oat cakes in them arms. Stoke-on-Trent delicacy.
So I can confirm that unfortunately we will not be able to bring you the amateur final. They'll be getting underway on the outside table shortly.
Yeah.
So was that, I just missed the break, was that a great break from Andy?
Yeah,
this
well,
is the chance off it.
Yeah, he made a ball, chose to take, made a red, chose to take yellows. Only the black really of any significant problem. But he's got balls close to it to develop it, so.
Yeah, the question is, when does he develop it? And what's he going to play on when he develops it? Does he leave it till last? And
yeah, it's certainly
risk?
going to be one of his penultimate balls, because he's going to take these two at the top of the table now. So he's only going to have 3 balls left.
I wonder if he can get himself low on the yellow nearest the black in the centre of the table. He could pot it into the right middle, cannon the red above it, and that in turn will go into a little cluster. You only got to pop the black out a fraction.
Yeah.
And he should stay on either the yellow to the left middle or the yellow to the bottom right. But he looks a little straight on this. If he's straight, he's got a real problem.
Yeah. Yeah, any angle would have been fine. But
yeah, he's tricky here, because even if he was to screw on and off the cushion, that red that's he's going to be queuing over is in the way as well. So
if he's got any sort of angle where he can screw off the cushion, he could even develop the black in this shot. Just like you say, it's if he can avoid that red. He's choosing to go another way now, so that tells us he's absolutely straight on.
I wonder if this will develop the black by taking this shot now, though. It does. It would have done.
Oh dear. And it's just not happening for Andy in the early stages of this match.
Yeah, that was really unfortunate for Andy. Just finished straight and left himself a really tough shot. Had he made it, it opened the black up, but unfortunately an absolute disaster in terms of not just missing the pot but also fouling. Now Mark's he's just going to pop this red out with his free shot, and then he's got a fairly open run to the black in this frame.
Yeah.
He'll have the red down the right rail, up the right rail to negotiate, but he's going to be perfect on it because of the red nearest the right middle. So fully expect him to have no issues with that shot.
Yeah.
I wonder, the red above the black, does it pass to the right middle? And if not, then he may choose to play that red as a plant onto the other red over the middle. In which case, if it could go wrong in terms of that red could slide low and towards that yellow. He actually has an angle now where he could little screw into that cluster if he wanted to.
Yeah, he's chosen to come on the bottom side of this.
Yeah, that would suggest that that top red does go into the right middle. But it looks incredibly tight from our angle.
Yeah, so like you say, it must go. Just wants to.
Yeah, it depends on the angle. He may have to play a little cannon, a little nudge here to get onto the next red. That's not ideal for him. There's a bit of pressure on this one now. He was hoping to nudge it straighter to the corner.
Yeah, this white naturally is going to be kicking that black over towards the middle bag, so even if it did drop, it wouldn't be a disaster because it obviously win the frame. But just like that.
Well played.
So, warning signs out for Andy Blurton here.
Yeah. Three frames, and he's had 3 chances, and each chance seemed to get harder and harder, possibly because of how the first one went, maybe.
Yeah.
Mark's played a couple of really good shots from tricky positions to take out those finishes, but those finishes you expect Mark to make. So consistent at. It is a race to 8, so there's time for Andy, but just because it's his first pro final and he's playing Mark, he needs to sort of get going very soon.
Yeah.
It's a good break from Mark.
It's a great break.
We commentated together on his previous match, and he didn't hit any of his breaks anywhere near as well as that one. That was as good a break as he's hit today, since I've been watching anyway.
Yeah, reds look relatively straightforward here.
Yeah, the black looks tied up, but it's not. That yellow doesn't cause a problem. Camera 2 shows that you can see the black does go into the middle, so that won't cause him any problems.
Yeah.
So he has taken red, so we can go back to camera 1. And even the red on the rail is a big pocket for him, as it will plant down.
Yeah.
Probably look to get rid of the red on the right hand side after this one in the middle, and then come across to the left hand side.
Yeah.
So it looks like he's lining himself up to take this one, then the red in the middle, and then he'll look to get on the plant. So he's just got to be careful when he plays the plant that the red doesn't flick away from the pocket and go awkward. It shouldn't, but just got to be careful.
Yeah, I always like to, instead of getting right behind the plant, just leaving a bit of an angle so it brings your white off the cushion.
Yeah,
as well.
Yeah, if he got straight on the plant, then it could go wrong. But if he leaves angle, then and the pace he's going to be playing it at,
just like
it would even if it did go away from the pocket, he'd still have a shot at it.
He could even use that yellow as a stopper, which he didn't choose to do. I think there's plenty of room for the white to go past the yellow.
So he's looking at the black. Camera 3 shows that the black actually goes into the bottom right as well, so he'll play up for it in that pocket now.
didn't really need to play on that. It was just the way, I think, where the red was situated.
So it's a great break, and he's made very, very light work of that.
Yeah.
All that finish all built around a very big break. So it's very quickly 4-0, and time for Andy to. Andy's got a great break, and he needs a big break now, and a good opportunity.
Yeah. Well, he's made he's made balls off both his own breaks, but well, yeah, he's not capitalised on them. So. Mark has cleaned up on both Andy's mistakes, so he can't afford to lose any more now. Yeah, I was saying before, he's got a traditional sort of break, straight down the middle, plenty of power.
Yeah, that's massive. That's absolutely huge.
Yeah.
He's going to be unlucky. No, that's okay. That's okay. I thought he was going to finish on nothing, but he has got some options on reds.
Yeah.
I don't think he'd want yellows, even if he could see yellow anyway, because of the yellow at the bottom of the table. So he wants reds here.
Yeah, whether Andy wins this match or not, it's been a great achievement to even get to this final. And I know he won't be too disheartened. Nobody likes losing in a final, obviously, but you know, in his first year as a pro, and his second event as a pro. Or should I say second pro event? Yeah. I see what he's doing. He's
yeah, take the one to the bottom right now and
yeah.
play on the right middle in the top right corner, and leave the one nearest the black till last.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been a great effort for Andy to make this final. He won't want to lose it, and he won't have given up yet. But great achievement, first year as a professional.
A solid strike,
but it's one of those. It's not a surprise. He's certainly just building on what he did as an amateur over the last few years.
That's right.
He could have turned pro a few times over the last few years, but he waited, and now he's won a couple of amateur events. He's made a step up.
Yeah. These are those type of shots you don't want a bad contact. You want, a nice clean contact to run through for the.
Yeah, he's going to leave himself a little. He can't get too close to the red. He just needs to get past the black, so close to the top rail.
No, he's not enjoying himself. He has as well. You could tell by his expression there.
That's incredible. He's knuckled himself. It really isn't happening for Andy here. That's incredible. Wow.
Yeah. The only shot I can see is playing off the other knuckle. The knuckle he's closest to, unless he can.
He hasn't called total, but so maybe he can see it, but he can't pot it.
Oh, it's a good effort. But if you look at what he's left.
Yeah, that's incredibly unlucky.
I think the shot before, the one he played into the middle, he just stunned back. But if he'd have brought that back another inch, and the angle would have eliminated that possibility. easy saying in hindsight, but yeah, certainly unlucky.
It's a good pot from Mark, but he's not finished ideally. He's okay though. He's got the yellow in the middle of the table. Yeah, you're right. I think Andy just wanted that fraction. If he'd had another inch of angle,
Yeah.
he would have got to be able to play that off top and side cushion, side and top cushion, and got closer to the red, and the knuckle wouldn't have been in play. But even so, I think that's really unlucky to finish there. So we said a couple of frames ago where Mark played to nudge a ball out when he could have played on it. It could have made it worse, and this time it has made it worse.
Yeah. He doesn't have to. If he plays at the one up into the top right now, he doesn't have to do a lot with the white to take the one down to the bottom
And leave the one he's nearest to as his last ball.
Yeah.
Into left middle. Yeah, I think you're right.
I think he's gonna play this one first. I think the only reason he did that is because the yellow nearest to the black offers him an easier position to get on the black, because he can stun across. But he's
yeah, he needs to pot this in at a fairly. He's just a nice comfortable pace, and the white's just going to bump on and off the cushion, so he can just put everything into the pot. Not worry too much about the white here.
no.
He's missed it by quite a big distance for Mark.
Yeah.
That was a tough shot. So I expected him to get it, but it was a tough shot.
So Andy will be relieved to get one on the board. Yeah, I just think the way Mark went about, I thought he just went the wrong way about those three.
Yeah, I quite like the. It depends on the angle he had on the one at the top, but it looked like he had the right angle to be able to pop that one at the top first, and sort of screw down close to the one on the rail. And you would have had an angle to get on the black from the one in the middle of the table. He saw it differently, and I still expected him to make that pot. Whichever way he went, he would have had to make the ball down the rail, which is what he missed. So
Yeah, the one down the rail, his hand was in between two balls, and he just had to turn his bridge hand slightly, just because the ball he was closest to forced him to do that. So it just wasn't. His bridge hand wasn't 100% comfortable on the shot, but
yeah. There's another big break from Mark. He's hit those well as well. The last couple of breaks have been very, very good. And he's got some options here.
yeah.
You can make a case for both colour sets. I'm suggesting yellows, but whenever I do that, I normally go the other way and go reds.
Yeah, I would agree with you. I think yellows haven't. There's no problems for yellows. The yellow nearest the black goes to the top right, doesn't it? So.
Yeah, Mark is looking at reds, so I think it depends on the red nearest the black, how easily that goes, I think, and the red just below the yellow in the middle of the table.
Yeah,
Does that go to the right middle?
he's taking reds.
That would suggest that the red in the middle of the table does go to the right middle,
Yeah.
because he can drop this in and play on that into the right middle, and then he may even have a choice to play a cannon or play on the red nearest the black, but probably a cannon. Almost into the black would work nicely.
Yeah, into the black would be perfect, wouldn't it? Then?
Maybe a little bit straight to play a cannon. He might have to punch it, but it depends. That red may go from the right angle as well. So it's all about that red below the black at the moment.
Have we got underway in the amateur final yet?
Yeah.
Yeah, we are, and we'll bring you some scores on that very shortly.
Yeah, it's hard to see. It looks straight on this red, so, and it doesn't look. It's difficult to see what he's. I wonder whether he was trying to go up a little bit further so he could pop this and just rest into the black, potentially. I don't know.
Yeah.
Can he play on the red without moving it? It's difficult to see. Oh, he could.
Has he come back far enough? Yeah, looks like he has.
That's nicely controlled shot. There wasn't much margin for error there.
Yeah, it's a good finish. He's worked his way around those that tricky spot though.
Yeah.
Take a 5-1 lead.
So just as Andy gets into the match with a frame, sort of almost handed to him by Mark as well. Mark responds by break finishing, and Andy has to sit and watch. So it's still feel like a long way back for Andy here.
Yeah, because Mark's going to have several breaks of his own. He's quite capable of making break finish on every time he breaks, so Andy really is up against it now.
Yeah, but first he can only win one frame at a time. So first of all, he's got to win a big break here, make a ball, and then get to work. He is breaking well so far in the match. Oh, another crunching break! Wow,
His ball's stuck in that top pocket there. You can see.
Huge break. He's made 4 balls there. Yeah. 4 balls, but he's finished awkward. He's finished horrible, to be honest. I wonder if he could play a 3-ball plant across the top of the table. If he can't, then he's got a problem.
He's unfortunate there.
Yeah. What's he got if the 3-ball plant at the top doesn't go? He's got a long pot on the yellow from tight on the rail. If he took the long pot on and made it, he would have a good chance because
it's coming down for the yellow, I think.
Yeah, so it's a tough ball that. He's certainly, I think, given some consideration to the 3-ball plant here, but I think yellow, the long pot on the yellow might be the option.
Yeah, I think I know Andy's got a pretty good snooker pedigree, so these long balls are a lot easier for a snooker player. Keep your head still. Yeah,
it's a great shot.
Really good shot. Does that yellow go through the black and yellow up to the top?
That's a good question. I believe he would have been playing on it into the left middle.
Yeah.
I think he made that pot off the thin side, which is why the whites come just that extra distance off the cushion.
Yeah.
So if he takes the pot into the middle, he's going up into the... He's going to be cannoning balls at the top of the table, which takes some control away from the shot. He's taking the one at the top of the table.
Off the red? Yeah,
great shot.
No, he's just pushed that one.
Again, he's been unfortunate there for that red to come out and cannon the yellow awkward. The biggest problem he's got is if he's finished straight on this one at the top of the table.
Yeah, he's going to have to put plenty of power in this, I think. And, try and release the white and the yellow.
Oh, that's a great shot. Brilliant
really
shot.
Good shot. And with this, he can float back down to the bottom of the table with a bit trace of right hand side and finish up on this one on the bottom rail.
Yeah, I think he's definitely got the opportunity to do that. I think just needs to avoid the red. I don't want to get that cannon.
No, he
Chose to play on the one in the middle of the table first, which is
sensible.
Which is fine. So, of course, it also brought in the possibility of a bad angle by going this way. It's I don't think it's ideal, but I think he's okay just to play this and top this one through. Yeah, had to punch it just to widen the angle a fraction, but played that really well, and he's absolutely perfect now. He just has to pop this and bounce the white through.
Just when this frame finishes, I'll just go and get you a quick update on the amateur final by the Android Mark Boyle versus Phil Parkin. Good finish this from Andy, good response.
Yeah, it's a brilliant finish from Andy. There was a lot of pressure on him there, and hit a big break and probably deserved to be better than he was, but he's worked it out, and great finish. Just letting Mark know that he's still in this match. Just had an update that Mark Boyle is currently 3-2 up on Phil Parkin in the amateur final. So last two breaks from Mark have been really big breaks, and he was able to run them out for break finishes. Can he keep that going? Yeah, another big break as well. He's hitting the break really well in this match. So he's got a good chance here on reds. The black does go to the bottom left, so that's not a problem, and it goes to the right middle as well, so the black isn't an issue. I know it's looks a little tied up. Just wonder if he's looking to play a plant on the two reds to the top right. He's just got to be careful where the ball he's playing, the first red he hits, goes. He needs that to move away from the yellow so that he can still pot it. So that's probably the only thing that can really go wrong at this stage. Of course, he may be able to drop the red into the top left and play on the one nearest the pocket. If he can come out and around the yellow without cannoning it, then that's absolutely fine as well. But looks like he's going to play the plant. Yeah, and as I said, that red is the only hope really. That's the only thing that could really go wrong for Mark. So fortunately for him, he does have an angle now that he can go back across for it. He can probably screw straight across, or more than likely use the top cushion. He'd love to cannon the yellow and not the red here. Just like that, brilliant shot, absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, a little tap on the leg from Andy, showing his appreciation for that shot. He could leave that white in the same line as he is now, because you can screw that or stun that red into the bottom left.
He's looking at just leaving the white not far away from it where it is now and leaving a longer red. But he does have the option to screw down for it in the middle if he wants to. And as we said at the start of the frame, the black does go to the bottom left, it also goes to the right middle, so stun across and somewhere near the yellow on the side rail. He'll just try and stun this in, and if he cannon that yellow full in the face, it would be absolutely fine. The only thing that could go wrong really is if he cannoned it full and it went on and off the cushion in front of the white, but you'd be really unlucky for that to happen.
Yeah, I've seen these glance in off the. Yeah, he's probably controlled it well.
Yeah.
White's running away towards the middle bag now, so
just caught that cannon a fraction on the thin side, making this black missable now, but fully expect him to make it. I think the white's fairly controllable, it's not going anywhere near a pocket, so he can just cue this one in.
Yeah, just digging in.
Maybe it is going near the middle pocket then, because he is digging in just to widen the angle.
Shot.
Great shot from Mark.
Yeah, keeps his advantage.
So that's 3 break finishes on the trot from Mark. He's really punishing those early mistakes from Andy.
Yeah. Have we got the score caption along the bottom of the screen anyway?
Will be in a second. There we go.
Okay. Well, that's...
Sorry about that, we just had the wrong score up there for a second, but yeah, it is actually 6-2 to Mark. He's had some bad form in this match. He's made a couple of mistakes in the first couple of frames, but he's also had a couple of really bad nudges.
Look at those reds.
And this frame is wide open for Mark. He doesn't even need the free shot if he's going to use it, but yeah. He hit that break really well as it kept the white in the middle of the table and it just got kicked straight into the corner. I always feel really hard done by when that happens.
Yeah, I think he'll pop a yellow and take reds. Absolutely no dangers whatsoever. It's a great break as well.
It's really hard to see how Mark could make a mistake here.
Did he screw straight into the top?
No, he kept the white in the middle of the table and it got kicked straight in. Yeah. He kept it right in the middle of the table.
So unlucky.
It was very, very unlucky. Hit that break brilliantly. And had the white stayed on the table, it would be him making this with this opportunity. I suspect he wanted to come a few inches more on that previous shot. Still okay, but would have liked to have been higher so we could get a little bit closer to this red.
I think he screws on and off the cushion.
Yeah.
It's just his hands a little bit hampered here. with the cushion should be okay.
Yeah, he's got quite a bit of angle on this red, and he may be able to just hold it. He may decide to
Screws to the
still,
other.
punch off the cushion.
Yeah. I think he might play the black into the opposite centre, to be honest. Yeah.
Really unlucky break from Andy and punished
Yet again
by Mark, and he takes him to the hill.
Yeah, and I can't see.
And it's his break, and he has finished his last 3 breaks. So Andy may have played his last shot in this match.
Yeah, well, the writing was on the wall for Andy when I tipped him. I have that effect. Horses, football, whatever.
Yeah. So can Mark continue his streak and win the title with this visit?
No,
he's got a white in this time.
He was doing that in the.
Yeah, he was threatening to do that all the way through the previous match. So finally managed it in this one. So any comeback needs to start here for Andy. It's a bit more work than Mark had with his chance of a scratch break on the last frame. He needs to be slightly clever with his first shot. Just those 2 yellows and a red that are in a line at the bottom of the table. Just needs to decide how he wants to go about those 3, whichever colour set. And I imagine he wants reds, so he wants to develop that red somehow.
Yeah.
He doesn't necessarily need to develop that red because it does go to the bottom right once the other red is out the way.
Oh, that's not come out brilliant.
Yeah, it's actually made the finish harder, that shot, than if that yellow had stopped a fraction sooner, it would have been okay, but yeah, it just makes life a little tricky. I think camera 3 shows that I'm not sure. He's looking to see if he can pop that red now. It wouldn't matter if he just flicked yellow first because it's still an open table, but certainly from his camera angle it doesn't look like it's on.
30 seconds.
So he's chosen to go another way. We go back to camera 1.
Yeah, that's the one that is slightly hampered on the near the left centre. It's quite an easy double, so
Yeah.
If he can't manage to break it out, then I'm sure he'll be able to land on it. But it's the black goes to the bottom left. Do we look on?
It's tight. Camera 2 shows that it's. It would have shown.
Yeah, so Andy got
yeah.
it.
So I don't think you'd want to play for it. It looks tight.
Yeah, it does go.
So there's plenty of work here.
Flicked it out.
It's a good shot. Really good shot.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's opened up his biggest problem.
He can flick the black out now.
And he stayed on gone onto the red at the bottom, so that's come out really well for him.
Yeah.
Yeah, he could stun up and hit the black if he wanted to. Just got to be careful playing that shot, that he plays it with enough pace that the white just goes up as well. He doesn't want to play it softly, I don't think. Kind of the yellow, which is even better.
Yeah.
Even better, get the yellow out of the way. black now goes to the bottom right. And he keeps himself as much more controllable than cannoning the black. It looks like he's got just enough angle that he could punch this in or screw this in past the yellows for the red into the left middle if he wants to. Something like that. Wants a little bounce, Didn't reach the cushion. So he's got a lot more angle than he wants now.
He's got to really just drop this in with no weight whatsoever.
The red nearest... Oh, he's held that really well. I was going to say the red nearest the yellow might go to the bottom left, but it looked tight. So he held that really well.
And you can just doesn't have to worry about the position on this shot. Just make sure the pot, naturally the white's going to just drift over to give him a shot on the black.
Controlled that nicely. Middle pocket would have been in play if he don't miss hit that slightly, but he still left himself slightly hampered. Shouldn't be a problem, but just adds to the difficulty of the black.
Yeah, very assured finish there.
Yeah, so he responded to Mark finishing his scratch break by finishing Mark's scratch break that time.
Just going to get a result from the amateur final.
The way Andy's hit the break in this match, apart from the one where he got kicked in off, he's given himself a really good opportunity at every break. So it's his break now. If he gets the match to 7-4, Mark can start to see him in his rearview mirror. So, it's a long shot, but all he can do is keep putting the pressure on.
I don't think.
So Andy's just got confused with the break. He thought it was Mark's break, but no, it is definitely Andy's break.
Yeah.
Another really well hit break from Andy.
Yeah, he's certainly been breaking.
Yeah.
Just a quick update on the amateur final. Mark Boyle leading 4 frames to 3 against Phil Parkin. It was 4-2, I think. I've just watched Phil just take out a nice little finish to make it 4-3. So
he's got a chance to do the double that he didn't manage to do in Cardiff.
Yeah,
but that would be it's 4 finals on the trot for Mark.
Yeah.
It's an absolutely incredible achievement. Win or lose that final, it's an incredible thing.
Yeah,
has the opportunity to win 3 out of the first 4 events. 2 amateurs, 2 opens, and an amateur and an amateur runner up.
Yeah.
Incredible stuff.
It is really.
So, great chance on reds here for Andy. It really is a shame for him on those first couple of frames that he had chances and just made slight errors. Because
that's gone
just
awkward.
gone wrong, just gone awkward. Because that really has been the difference in the match, to be honest. Even if he'd only made, if he'd made that first black,
Yeah.
if everything else had stayed the same, it would still be 6-4 instead of 7-3.
Yeah.
And he had good chances in the first couple and small mistakes, but so is he looking to just tie the game up here?
I think he's got no option. I think he's got to. He's not played a great safety there either.
Yeah, he didn't want to leave Mark a shot at any of the yellows at the top end of the table. But he equally had to be careful not to leave him a good chance on the yellow at the bottom rail. So just got the double kiss, and it's not an easy shot for Mark there. Okay, don't think you can see enough of the one on the rail to take that one on, and it would be a very tough pot anyway.
I think the fact that he's 7-3 up in this match gives him a bit of licence to go for this pot. I think if it was closer in the scoreline.
Oh, it's a great shot.
Great shot. I think if it had been closer in the scoreline, he wouldn't take that. He'd be looking to make it safe, but it's got a nice 4-frame cushion, and he's got a chance to win the match at this visit. So
yeah, he's just got. It's not. There's problems here. There's not a straight run to the line, to be honest. It's the black above the yellow above the black probably doesn't come to the bottom right, so he's got to take it to the left middle.
Yeah, I think he can screw back now,
which he'll do now.
Yeah.
So he'll screw back now for the one at the bottom, and then he'll look to get on the one into the left rail, on the left rail next. After that, if he gets good position on that, then he should be fine. So a couple of good positional shots required now.
That's perfect. Just rollers and doesn't have to do anything with the white. Naturally going to float up towards that last awkward yellow. Ideally, you would like to be dead straight on it. Maybe a foot behind it.
Yeah, he won't mind having a little bit of angle. It's high enough up above the middle pocket that he can just use the cushion. He wants to put white to pull up. Needs the white to pull up. Oh.
When I said straight behind it.
Yeah. I think.
Wow. That
really surprised him. He's overhit that by about a foot.
Yeah, the line was perfect. It was just the pace.
I think he can see enough of the yellow and open play to pot it, because he's sort of lining up the path of the white.
Yeah.
So he's going to come around two cushions here. Needs to avoid the reds. He's overhit it, but he's got the double.
Perfect for the double.
Or he may have played on the double, of course.
Yeah. Yeah, if he underhits it, he's got a shot to the top left hand, so he's overhit it, and he's got the perfect. I can't see him missing this, to be honest. This is exactly where you'd want your white to be if you were playing this double. Just like that. And this black.
So this black for the trophy.
And back to back pro tournament winner. Unbelievable achievement. Yeah, and there he goes.
Well played, Mark Farnsworth, and well played, Andy Blurton. It's a fantastic achievement to make the first final. We will hand over to our presentation party of Kevin Barton.
The multitasker. And we'll see if we can switch one of the cameras around to the table over there just after this presentation.
Okay, well, welcome to the presentation ceremony for the JLEC British Professional Champion. And first of all, another great IPA final, so a round of applause for both players. He's had a great achievement getting to the final, unfortunately just came up slightly short. It's Andy Blurton. Andy, never really got into the match at the start.
No, it's so tough because he punishes every mistake, and I've missed a tricky black first frame, and then second frame he's potted out of a snooker, and then the match just got away from me after that really. At 4-0 down, and I was always struggling then to get back because he's just such a tough player.
Do you think that black in the first frame along the rail, do you think that was probably the turning point of the match actually at the start?
Well, you need a good start against Mark to keep the pressure on because he's such a good front runner. So yeah, it was a big shot as it turned out. Yeah.
Obviously disappointed, but overall pleased with your performance this weekend.
Great weekend, Kev. Yeah. So chuffed to get to the final. Yeah.
Yeah. So Newcastle maybe one step further.
Yeah, you never know, mate. Yeah, I'll keep trying.
Okay, well, Andy, well played. You're the runner-up of the JLEC British Open. Well played. Well played. Andy Blurton. But the winner, it's that man again. It's Mark Farnsworth. So, your trophy cabinet at home, just tell us how big it is.
They're all in the garage.
A great performance, clinical, and again, just confirming that you are the #1 professional in the world.
Got off to a really good. Obviously, I only missed the black in the first frame, and then I got off to I went 4-0 in front. Then I threw my arm at one down the rail. Obviously, short race. If you get off to a good start, it gives you in a good position for the match. But obviously, delighted with the win. Been a tough weekend. I felt I've played okay and well in spells, but grounded some really good results out. So over the moon.
So second title of the season already. We're only into the second tour. What's the sort of aims and ambitions for the rest of the year?
I'm just saving up, hoping I'll get a phone call from Scotland at some time. If they've got any bottle.
Right. Okay. Next stop, you're close to your home patch, Newcastle. Sounding like it's going to be a big event up there.
Yeah, I think there's quite a few going to come over and watch, so it should be. I'm not too keen on playing St James's Park myself, being a Mackham, but I think it'll be a great event. Yeah.
Okay, well played again, Mark. You are the British Professional Champion. Well done, Mark Farnsworth. Well done, mate. So another great performance from the #1 pro, Mark Farnsworth. He takes home yet another title. Can anyone stop him in the pro ranks? Well, we'll just have to wait until the next event in Newcastle in 5 weeks' time to see another event unfold. So hope you've enjoyed the action this weekend. It's been great, and we'll join you again soon up at Newcastle. So see you soon.